Oh, something for your car? Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead on, baby. I'm smoking.
That's right.
You made it. You did it. You got it. Are you? I would say you could take the elevator too.
I know I
if you-
could,
if you
but I
want.
said
You want to be a big, want to be big, you want to be good.
Oh. Hey, how are you? Oh, she's got her bags too. Let's see.
There you go. You got it? Thank you.
Us with our bags and things. Our bags and cameras. Okay, I think I got everything but my dogs. The only thing. Oh wait, no. Keys might go off. Okay.
You know I had to breathe
Which one?
first.
Which is yours?
That
This right here?
Yeah.
I know you don't. I didn't remember having to do this before, huh?
Oh, sorry, thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my telephone.
That's fine. Just keys or whatever like that. That's it. Walk through for me. Hey, Mom. Come on.
All bad. Oh, do we? Sure. Yeah, yeah. Is it for this one?
There's gonna be one for this one and one for the next one.
Oh, okay. I'll sign up for both. Why not? I have a bunch of money questions anyway. So I think this is some sort of money meeting, right?
About the budget.
Okay. I
Okay,
thought
sorry.
so. I was kind of not sure, but today's the 25th of August. Okay. Now, is this just for the first one or for both?
Just for the first one.
So when do we sign up for the second one? Public
A
comment?
bit one. This one ends and then
After?
I'll put out another one.
Okay, okay. Hi, good evening, good evening. Okay. All right, guys, bear with me here. They haven't started yet anyway. Alright guys, there you go. Now you can see. So I'm not really sure. They didn't advertise this very well. I believe we're having a budget hearing. It was supposed to be at 6. As you can see, they haven't started on time. They let people in late too. But when we came in, there were some people that were already in here. So who knows Who knows? We have the comptrollers here, so he definitely would know where the money is. We have Alderman Key, Chapman. We have Alderman Rogers, Randall L. So we have a decent crowd. I mean, a few people, a few folks in the back, but not too crowded. But I mean, for a hearing, it's pretty decent turnout so far, I would say.
So what's this? They put you in the bad corner or something?
Oh yeah, you didn't notice that?
No, I didn't.
I mean, I think it's illegal and against the First Amendment and everything in open meetings, but yeah. It's because the mayor doesn't want any criticism.
Sure.
He doesn't want us to get too close because I mean, we get coverage from back here, but it's not very good. So, yeah, but no.
I was joking, but sort of not joking.
It's sad, it's really sad. Now, the one to watch tonight I think, will be the comptroller, because the comptroller, Lewis Williams, the guy with the glasses walking out right now, he knows where all the money is. So it's interesting, because he doesn't usually share too much.
Okay.
So, we'll see. I'm not expecting a lot, but
Sure.
But at least people are showing up. That makes me happy. And remember, the guys that walk in and ask questions of in the classes. He knows where all the money is. Exactly. And if you want to make public comment, there's public comment available for this hearing as well. Hey, Wyoming. Hey, Crook. Dr. Crook County is he probably doesn't even know where the money is at. I think he does, but he just doesn't say anything. Hey, JJ. What up, people? Oh my gosh, you guys, they're pushing it here after a full day's work, and now they want us to come early at 6, and then they're not starting 6:07. They haven't started yet. They're pushing it. Let's see, what time is it? 6. Yeah, 6:07. And like I said, it wasn't really clearly advertised, but I believe it's some sort of budget here. Okay, so here is the agenda. I'll show you guys real quick. Okay. It just says meeting of the whole, but I'm still not quite sure what exactly that's supposed to be. It just says budget discussion, public comment, mayoral comment, adjournment. So again, I don't know exactly what that's supposed to cover. Oh no, great! I'm glad. Yeah, thank you everybody for joining us. Yeah, we have Vivian's here. We have all the Q's here as well. So this is great. The more coverage we get of what's going on, the better. So I would say for a budget hearing, again, I'm pleased. It's a pretty good turnout so far. It's pretty good. It could be worse. And then, yeah, but see, they're just kind of like waiting.
The key word is I love Raheem. That was a good center point.
It was. You got me. You got me.
Halfway, you got me.
You got me.
Oh, goodness, they do have public comment if you want to say something for the hearing. It's up to you.
No, I don't.
Okay.
We'll see.
I signed up because I figured if nothing else, I can always just say, hey, so when are you guys going to put all the finances online? You know, same stuff, but
Yeah.
same stuff is still valid.
The only thing I'm interested to know is if the fiscal year started in May, why are they just not doing this?
Yeah, I don't even, because I don't even quite understand what the purpose of this is. So that's another good question, right?
Budget.
Like, what is this? Yeah. All right, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor.
Okay, sure. That's why I said you're in today. What did I say? I said, shut up.
I'll have all the other person sign. Yeah.
The sound came out decent. But see, mine sticks to my phone already, so I already know it works. Like I don't have to like do it. I only do it testing.
The receipts. When will the receipts?
So everyone
Good evening. This is the city of Harvey meeting of the whole for Monday, August 25th, 2025. Time is 6:13 p.m. All council members mark themselves as being present. Quorum. We have quorum, so we will move to the next item on the agenda, which is invocation of pledge of allegiance. Deacon, Thank you, yes. We bow our heads as we petition the throne of grace. Gracious Lord, Heavenly Father, thank you, Lord, for every resident that's represented here under the sound of my voice. Thank you for the great city of Harvey. And we thank you, Lord, that you will give us the wisdom and the knowledge so that we can make the appropriate decisions on behalf of the people that we took an oath for. Lord Jesus, we love this city and we know that you love us. You love us when we didn't deserve your love, but in spite of everything, it was by your grace and mercy, Lord, that we delivered here. You said in your word, Lord, that we can do all things, that we look to the hills and we obey. So, Lord, we're here to stand still, trust, and obey in your word, that you will guide us, you will lead us, you will prompt us, Lord, and you will even pick us up when need be. Lord Jesus, this is our prayer. We ask it all in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen. Amen. Next item on the agenda is actually number 4, the budget discussion. This will be led by our comptroller, Louis Williams. Floor is yours.
Good evening, Mayor, Alderman, city officials, citizens alike. First, I apologize for this budget proposal not being sent out to everyone on Friday. But the purpose of this meeting is just an introductory meeting to go over where we stand as a city and where we project ourselves to be for the fiscal year, which ends on April 30th, 2026. And I understand you're just getting, so if there are questions, I would appreciate if you would email me, but actually reply to an email. So if you have questions, the other elected officials are aware of those questions, so I can respond to everyone who might have a similar question. But I certainly will entertain questions.
But we won't be responding to everyone because doing so could be put us in violation of the Open Meetings Act.
If I respond to an email to everyone?
Yes, that could possibly put us in violation of Open Meetings Act.
I'm either talking to each of you.
If there is a question, they can individually, first of all, if there's a question, I would prefer that it be on the floor. That's number one, so that the Alderman community and also the residents. But in addition to that, if anyone has any individualized questions following tonight's meeting, then you can feel free to reach out individually. Please CC me in to those questions so that I can be aware that they've been sent and make sure that they get the proper response. No, this is not for audience, this is for the council. Not at this particular point in time, but
It will be both.
it'll be posted, and right now it's a working document, so we're not providing it to the public at this point. Continue on.
All right, the city budget is a pretty complex item. Unfortunately, over my last 4 or so years, I've worked with Harvey. It's become very familiar to me. The numbers really don't change very much. So I would direct everybody, obviously page 1 starts, and the page number's on the far left side of the corner. Page 1 starts with the budget proposal. I apologize for those headings not floating over, but they're headers, so they should repeat themselves. So basically, the columns are the 23-24 budget, the 23-24 amended budget, the 24-25 24-25 budget, the 24-25 activity, and the 25-26 recommended budget, okay? Now, if you flip to page 2, you show estimated revenues. And I want everyone to take note of the estimated revenues. It's basically 27 to 29 billion in all the columns. And when you look at the various categories on page 1 and page 2, you won't see very much fluctuation between the revenue numbers. And that's the nature of municipal government. The city has held fast on not raising real estate taxes. But I've never raised real estate taxes in the decade plus that I've been here. Because I realized that the real estate firms and the administrations have realized that the real estate firms have been too heavy on the citizens. And that's probably the largest one. If you look at the budget, you'll see real estate taxes estimated at $10 million. The growth you see is the natural growth. And from TIFs expired is the only reason you see but it goes up very low from 9.2 million to $10 million. And if you look at it, there are no other 8-figure numbers as an entire revenue source. Real estate taxes are our largest source of revenue in the city. I don't want to tell you about now, when real estate taxes don't go out on July 1st, be paid on April 1st, it puts a strain on the city. So all the other items, if you look at them going across, there's not a lot of fluctuation over the last fiscal year, nor are we projecting much in the way of change. Okay? So that's general fund revenue, roughly $30 million a year. That's what we collect. Okay? I then would direct you, and we'll go through some of the categories. I then would direct you to page 8. Page 8, up toward the top, where it says net revenues and appropriations, the appropriations you will see vary from 30 million to this year being 35 million for the general fund. Again, that's what happens with the city in terms of revenue. And I'll tell you, the budgeting process is pretty straightforward because if you add up the salary lines in the budget, that makes up about 80% of the entire budget. Because that's the nature of it. We're in a service business, so therefore salaries, I say 80% is salaries, fringe benefits, payroll taxes, and pension contributions all add up to that larger amount. So that's what we're dealing with, but we're basically a service business. If you add in the cost of refuge, you add in legal fees, you add in insurance, that basically encompasses 95 to 98% of the budget. So there's not a lot of flexibility in terms of the city. Now, the mayor has said it, and every mayor says it, the way we grow out of our deficits and things like that is to literally grow economically. That is to get the people who only pay us less than 55% of their real estate taxes to pay their real estate taxes. The other is for us to bring businesses in to take over some of the vacant parcels of land, to pay us taxes, and all that has to do with just the overall economic development of the city. Now, the next major category that really takes in and really supports the city was how does the general fund have a deficit like it? How does it sustain? Well, part of it is the other things that go to support the general fund in terms of revenue and expenditures. And that's when you look at page 9, which is, page 9 shows the sewer fund, which is a separate fund where it shows the sewer fund, the sewer taxes you pay, where we use those funds to make repairs and stuff to the sewer system. And I know everybody's concerned about flooding and things like that, but what the sewer system does, it works in conjunction with the Metropolitan Sanitary District, all those big projects you hear about, that eases the pressure on our sewer system that allows it to operate. But the other fund I forgot was another major fund, and that is the motor fuel taxes. That's the motor fuel taxes you pay to the state Part of that comes back to the city based on our population. That's on page 8. And the motor fuel shows that we basically, that helps underwrite some of our salaries, helps underwrite utilities, so the motor fuel fund pays for all the street lighting throughout the city and things like that. The next major fund really is Fund 14. It starts on page 9, and that's the debt service. And when you look at the debt service fund, last year it shows a deficit of $414,000. And this year it shows a surplus of 1.6. That's timing. Sometimes we collect real estate taxes, and the taxes are not due to the bondholders until after the next fiscal year. So we always have that transition. But again, I would say about the bonds, Harvey has no bonds in default. This is all current bonds. The only bonds, but there are 2 sets of bonds outstanding. Only one set for the general fund. Another of the bonds that were issued in August of 20, and that was the basic refinance bonds that were issued long before I was here in 2002 and 2006, long before some of the people here in town were born. But those bonds did get refinanced, but they will be paid off over time. The next big fund is on page 10, and that's the water fund. And the water fund shows a surplus of about $1.4 billion. People said, well, why are we making money on the citizens? The water fund has debts that it must pay for prior years. I remind people that Harvey has some of the lowest water rates in the south suburbs. We buy water directly from the city of Chicago, and Harvey has not raised its water fund just over years. I know that because I can look at it. Harvey hasn't raised its water funds at the speed that Chicago does. So when you see a water bill increase each year, the city of Chicago, who we buy water from, increases water by the CPI, Consumer Price Index. We pass those on lately because we have to. But the city of Harvey has never passed on all of those increases, nor has it ever raised water rates in excess of what the city of Harvey has been charged by the city of Chicago in terms of the rates. The other funds are just the TIF funds, and we only actually have 3 active TIFs now. That's on page, you look on page 11, 12, part of the 13, those are the TIFs. The TIFs aren't collecting a lot of taxes. Now, the biggest TIFs expire. What happens when those TIFs expire, the real estate taxes that used to go into those TIFs, because I understand what happens in the TIF. The real estate taxes, the increase in real estate taxes once the city issues all those funds go into fund developments and stuff, like McDonald's was a TIF, the car wash is part of the TIF. There have been a number of TIFs for, was it Allied, it was part of that TIF. The Center Street TIF was the largest TIF we had, and that one has expired. So overall, when you look at the budget on page 14, it showed last year that we're looking at a projected deficit of $7.8 million. People say, oh, how will you ever get past that? Again, it's a timing thing. So on the 154th Street project, when this street was redone, it was basically a federal grant that we matched certain money out of the motor fuel tax fund. But those taxes that we covered the deficit on that project, the motor fuel taxes we have received over the last 5 years, they were restricted for major road projects. So in other words, we couldn't just spend that money. So when they were spent this year, you don't have the revenue because the revenue was all in deferred revenue. So, it's not showing up here. And the same thing is true with the bonds. We paid out in the bond sector, if you look at Fund 14, we paid out about $3 million more in bonds expenses than we had in revenue, but that's because the cash is sitting in the bank. And so those are things that happen just from a timing standpoint. And also, when you look at the deficit, we invested about $700,000 in the crime center, which is about to come online. Those are called capital expenditures, but for budgetary purposes, they show up as expenditures. But those are things that are capitalized, so when the audits finally come around, when we have the audits done, the deficit for the city should be somewhere about $1 million to $1.3 million. When we look at this year's budget, overall budget deficit across all the funds, I'm projecting a deficit of a little less than $1 million. That could change because I know it's 100, because the new road project made, which street are we doing next?
150,
150
is what's on the agenda.
Right.
So that's what we're doing.
That's on the agenda, but that'll be something that we'll have to plan for going forward, okay? I don't want you guys to sit there and be throwing a bunch of numbers at you, because it bores me, so like Michael was doing, you, and then all just seems like numbers, so if there are any questions about it, certainly entertain.
Hold on a second. I want to make sure that the citizens understand exactly what's going on here. So this is a budget discussion. We are not taking a vote on the budget at this particular point in time. We will not be taking a vote in the next meeting. That's number one. Number two, there will be plenty of time for everyone to review what's being proposed on the budget once we have that all finalized and get that published for the public to see. So while there is no real need for anyone to run off and say, well, we're trying to do this in secret, that's not what we're doing. This is just a discussion at this particular moment, and all of that information will be provided to the public. It has to be, or we can't vote on it. Am I correct about that, Mr. Williams?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it has to be provided to the public, or we can't vote on it. And there's enough people that either watch what we're doing, one way or another, that would love to say, we're not following the rules. So we are following the rules, and we're going to continue to do so. But I just don't want people to start getting anxious about it, because this is just our first discussion as far as that's concerned.
Mayor, if I can add one more thing.
Yes.
When we talk about the deficits that Harvey operates with over the years, especially like the last 8 years, literally, our deficits are being driven by our pension liabilities. Which basically have come home to roost. Pensions were funded, not just in Harvey, but across Illinois. When we heard about the humongous pension debt the state has, the humongous pension debt that the federal government has. To give you an example, we're paying out right now on the fire pension fund for the arrears about $5 million a year. That's what we're paying out based on a court settlement agreement. Now, that's what we're paying out, but I'll tell you, that's $5 million a year. So when you look at our deficits and say we run $1 million deficit, well, if we didn't have that pension liability, we'd have a $4 million surplus. The problem is that it wasn't properly funded over time. And if you talk about, and that wouldn't be entirely true, but that's called normal cost of the pension. That assumes in some happy-go-lucky world, if Harvey had always funded his fire pension, police pension correctly, that's called normal cost. The normal cost for the fire and the police pension together would be less than $2 million, not the $6 million we're paying right now. So we were literally not quite party time, but obviously we had $4 million worth of surplus, then obviously we could repair a lot more streets, we could provide a lot more services, and we wouldn't have to work with the skeleton crew of employees that the city operates with most of the time.
The chair recognizes the fourth award.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Comptroller. I just got a couple of questions that I have to ask since we just received, this packet of the budget proposal. When it comes to the street department, we just recently had, layoffs, and we see the impact with the storm and everything that happened. Does it show anything on the budget that we're going to be doing any more hiring starting January, or for the 26 budget, getting more employees back in here, back in there where they need to be?
The current budget reflects part we'll be hiring more people. That's a question, probably, that's addressed out of Mayor.
Okay. When it comes to auditing expenses, you know, for record, speaking for myself, basically, or can't speak for anybody else, but if I haven't received any auditing expenses this year at all, we allocated for $25,000. I haven't received anything since last year. Is that money already budgeted into next year, meaning that this year I'm not gonna get anything?
We continue to budget for automatic expenses.
Can you break that down for me? Can you elaborate?
We have budgeted this year, again, trying to be a little bit more austere and stuff. The amounts budget for all of them and fiscal 26 has been reduced from 25,000 to 20. That same cut is done to the mayor's automatic expenses.
Okay.
Just because we're trying to hold on to more employees.
Okay, well, that's fine. But I think that should kind of be notated a little bit more and broken down, because it don't matter if it's went from 25 to 20, I still ain't got nothing. So I don't know what impact did that make on my auditing expenses going to the city. And what I'm saying, will they help either to hire one or two more persons or anything? Or basically what I want to know, is it already in the budget that I'm not planning on receiving any auditing expenses this year? Can you just tell me that?
Automatic expenses are in the budget, as they were last year.
Okay, but they haven't been received though. Can you just break it down? Am I gonna get my money or what?
Again, those, I submit expenses for approval, then the decisions are made based on the payments we have every month, when it's paid out. So that's when, again, I would suggest you direct the mayor, the staff.
To be clear, because we've had this conversation, and I just for the audience to understand, I did have this conversation with Alderman Key prior to this meeting, and I explained to him the fact that this, at the time when we took over, this fee was $164 million in debt. We reduced that from what I understand to $149 million, if I'm correct, somewhere around there.
Actually, a little less.
Okay, and so what you have to do is, it's just like in your family or in your business or whatever it is, you have to basically set priorities for your organization. So in this particular case, when you said, I've set a priority, and yes, that falls on the mayor's office. So if Alderman's not getting what they want to get, yeah, it falls on this office right here. However, it is a matter of priority. And so, as some of you know, I donated $25,000 to the city of Harvey. I haven't received that money back either.
You never have.
In addition to other monies that I haven't received back, but neither have I received it, but other all the persons who have spent money and submitted receipts haven't received theirs as well. But we continue to do our jobs. We understand that the city has a financial challenge, which is one of the reasons why we're looking at these numbers in red right now, is because of some financial challenges that we have. Now, of course, there are some who will suggest, well, if we don't have money, then why are we doing this? If we don't have money, then why we got new television? As if a television is going to make a $49 million budget. But the simple fact is, when it comes to automatic expenses, we have a priority right now, and we're trying to pay our other vendors first. And we're also trying to pay our payroll for our employees first. And so that's the way we're handling that. So I just want to make that clear. Am I allowed to finish? Oh, yes, yes, sir. Okay. I understand where you're coming from, but it's, just letting the audience know, there's a difference between not getting what you expected to receive, opposed to not getting nothing at all. That's my point right there. Can you explain why I haven't received nothing at all? This storm, I have got out here, and I've been doing this for years, just like the mayor sacrificed, I've been sacrificing too. I worked down in the planning department when I first first time, working for the city of Harvey, making $9.50 an hour, 5 hours. I would stay all day, volunteer, became alderman. I think I had like $20,000 in my savings account. Spent it all going back to the city. Did I complain? No, because I wanted the opportunity. And now I'm sitting here when the storm hits. I actually was in Wisconsin when that storm came. It came through Wisconsin, heading towards Harvey. I got up that next morning and came back to my city. Checked out the room and did that for the city. But that's just something that I choose to do. But nevertheless, I came out here, I had my truck, I took like 4 loads of trees and branches that was in the street, up to the street department, asked for permission. I don't know why I had to ask for permission, get permission to drop off leaves that's all in the street. But I did it, and they get paid a dime. When I dedicate myself, why is it that whatever point we can pay everybody else, but you don't get everybody that's out here helping, breaking their back, busting their back, you don't give them nothing? And don't put nothing in the budget? Explain that. But you're not going to stop my city because I love my city and I love my residents. But I can't go broke. But I'm about almost there. You know, I'm going from paycheck to paycheck, and I started as an alderman with a nice bank account. But I still care, but these things have to be breaking on down. And this list that you gave right here, if we can't ask the questions that we want, we can't have everything clear, and we just got it today, we shouldn't even be talking about it. Thank you.
Thank you. And once again, this is a discussion, it's not a vote. So that's the whole point of discussion. As far as, let me make this clear.
Just one more question.
Yes, sir.
I just want to know, am I the only alderman that hasn't received anything for this past 4 years? I've been here 7, but I'm just going to say 4. Am I the only alderman that haven't received anything in that time? Am I the only person?
No, there's some aldermen that have never submitted anything in their multiple terms, did not receive anything.
Okay, we have a point of order. Should recognize the second ward.
Testing. Comptroller back on Monday, June 27th, 2024, we took a vote, and at that time, both my expenses as well as Alderman Key's expenses were presented. And on that same day, we both voted no. Because I don't believe in voting for my support that's not been the same support throughout. We've always voted for, I personally have always voted no to the bills list because we need the proof. We need to see the purchase orders. We need to understand and directly, you personally know that I've yet to receive $1. So right now, the second ward is sitting on about $50,000 that has been allocated for them. And when we think about beautification efforts, when we think about layoffs, when we think about curbing violence by employing our young people, I was able to employ 5 young people in our office. But again, that's all out of my support personally. And so to have the best strategic and collaborative approach to the dollar, because the dollars are actually the taxpayers' dollars. I too wonder how in which we're best addressing our fiscal financial management. Right now, even today, we have penalties skyrocketing with the city of Chicago and a grand total today of $47,099. And those are just 3 line items that are due back to the city of Chicago and water penalties. And so I asked, as we're projecting what a 2026 budget looks like, what safeguards do we have in place that we can use for what we learned here in the 2025 or 2024, 2025 fiscal year to move the city forward in the best fiscal way. In 1 month, we spent about $42,000 on special events. And in a city that, Albany Key just spoke to it, but I'll tell you down 155th Street in the second ward, there are a multitude of down branches, wires, debris, there's an overhaul. And I was just told that there are about 9 people that are working in public works. So I guess my question is exploring things because everything is based on us and our economic engine. We can't flourish in a city that has no money. And so we often hear about that $149 million deficit. Where exactly does that stand? Or what, even from the 2025 year, I haven't heard what projected revenue we've actually even collected so far. Or even the settlement agreement that we currently have out to retrieve monies for those that are operating here. How much of that money have we received? That started last year, so we should have some projections into that for the 2026 year. But we have so many different expenditures and line items for things that I don't know if you're doing the best support of the city. And even before we even talk about the expenditures or the spending, for a time now, residents have questioned or requested that the budget or anything dealing with the financial landscape of the city or be posted on the website. And today we haven't done that. And so in order for true fidelity and understanding, because we're sitting here discussing numbers, unfortunately the audience has no understanding of what we're doing. Even when we're referring to what's been amended, what's actual, there's still no real true fidelity or transparency, because it would take a time. We meet before 7 o'clock to even address the many questions that would be, here, especially even going back to our TIP plans or our class AAs. There's just so many different things. And so I ask that even council, that before we move forward with the budget, we need like another budget town hall. We need another finance discussion. We actually need this handout to be provided on the table so that everybody can see it at large boards or cut costs. Show everybody how to access it via a QR code to access the website. But we need something that provides a real lens, because even as a Microsoft Excel, I like to think of intermediate, we need the ledger with the labels to fully state that on each page so that we can verbally identify what you're speaking to from amended in 2023, 2024 to activity, back to amended, just to even follow along with the document. And so these are just some overall recommendations. There are several questions, but before I can even really understand and dive into this, we need every resident even to have a copy of this, so they know how their monies are being spent, especially with a $149 million debt and over 38 people being recently laid off. Thank you, Comptroller. Thank you, Mayor.
So, once again, like I said, this is a working document, and as a working document, it will not be provided to the public. Of course, I know somebody will put it on Facebook anyway, but the bottom line is, it's a working document. And at the point in time when we have to actually post the actual document, we will do so. The chairperson, the chair recognizes the fifth, and I don't get to the sixth.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to all the residents that are here today. Thank you, Mr. Williams. I just wanted to say, I know that everyone in here, at least all of the other persons here, you can pretty much run your particular office the way you choose to. I, for one, don't use the expense account. And it's because even if I was handed $25,000 and allowed to use it in the field, it still wouldn't be enough money to address the issues in the field. I've always personally felt that it was a better use and better respect for the tax dollars that we do have here to allow those funds to be used across the city where needed. Secondly, I think you can do more with less. I think we've proven that. And that's to say that, yes, And there's some residents in here who will tell you, the street department has done a fantastic job of showing up. Now, don't get me wrong, it may not be as fast as you want, but they're there, and they do a great job of what they do. I for one think that it's better to allow them to do that job than for any of us to go around and cut grass or anything on the lights. I know that's how it was done with the previous administrations, but I think we need to let them do the job. And that we do need to kind of take that into account on what we're also doing with the tax dollars or what we're demanding of our tax dollars. And again, I would say I think it's better suited to be used across the city where needed. I don't intend to patch up holes in the street. I don't intend to cut down trees. I don't intend to demo buildings. None of us can do that. So, I don't know if it's to throw a block party or whatever it may be that you want to spend the money on. I only did one back to school event since being elected. And again, it's because I realized we need to all work together. This will never make sense to me. That every time it's time to go back to school, you got 6 aldermen throwing 6 different book bag giveaways, on top of the fact that we're doing one right here at the city party that we all could come to and encourage our residents to come to. Why are we doing that? I'll tell you what we can't do. We can't stand divided. That is a clear sign of division. Thanksgiving, everybody give away turkeys when they doing it right here at City Hall. Makes no sense to me. If we really want to talk about budget, we really want to talk about ways to improve upon the city, we need to first learn that it's better that we do it together. A lot of this sometimes just sounds like personal agendas. I'm not with it. You keep the word space. Just keep showing up and taking care of these problems, taking care of your vacant lots, taking care of potholes, and you won't have a problem. You keep the word space. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Ward.
Thank you. I'm on the Chicagoland Lodges at Grade 6 Board, and I've heard some things here today that some were pretty accurate and some were pretty disturbing. For number one, I recently had, what was it, August 18th, school supply. I didn't give away one book bag. I gave away school supplies and toys, bubbles, and all kinds of stuff for the elementary kids. I adopted Bryan Elementary School. One of the things that I'm very strong about is transparency, and I want my people to see me every day. And you see me every day. If I'm riding or if you ride by my house, either way, you can see me every day. If you got any questions or concerns, I want you to get out. I want you to, everybody in the 6th Ward has my phone number. I'm making a point. Little bitty gadget called a smartphone. You'll never get a voicemail. But the point I really want to make is about education. Mr. Lewis, you can probably attest to what I'm about to say. That there's 2 cities in the entire state of Illinois that were put under court order that they had to pay police pension and fireman's pension. You didn't get an option. You were going to be held in contempt of court if you did. And those 2 cities just happen to be African American communities. And one was East St. Louis, Illinois, and the other one was Harvey. That's right, we were put under court order that we had to pay into the pension. I think that this administration has done a marvelous job as far as getting our bond rating and everything back up to somewhat standards to where we're trying to get to. It gets to a point where we can't even afford, as a poverty-stricken community, to buy asphalt or plywood. You say you got abandoned houses. Well, why don't you board them up? Well, plywood is expensive. Why don't we tear it down? To demolish a house is expensive. And it's so many intricate variables that go into that. I believe in educating my people. And I talk to them every day, and they want to know, well, what can we do about these tree branches about to fall on my car? What can we do about reinitiating the 50/50 program for sidewalks? What are we gonna do about street lights? I'm afraid my wife coming in at night from work, something tragic could happen. Well, we're working. We did not dig this hole in a 4 or 5 year period of time. It took over almost 20 years. It wasn't with just the last administration. It was the administration before that. We lost valuable city equipment. We used to have a couple of street sweepers. It saddens me when I go to Riverdale and I see a smaller community and they got street sweepers and we don't have it because they were stolen or sold off for scrap. I tell my people all the time, this is not Teddy Park, this is not Orland Park, this is not Oak Forest. You love this community the way you say you do. What we have to do is come together initially, dig down deep. If you got tall grass next door to you and you wait on the street department to come and cut it, they're doing the best they can do with what they have to work with. But it may not happen. Dig in your pocket, get out a few more dollars, and the landscaper that does your yard, pay them to do that yard. Now, you say, I'm not gonna do that. I'm a taxpayer. This is what I pay my taxes for. But these are unique situations that we're in right now. Excuse me, please don't do that. Okay, I won't interrupt anybody. I'll stay quiet. Do not interrupt me, please. So, with that being said, we have to let our people know, like, yes, we inherited $164,700,000 in 2019. Okay, since then it's been reduced. According to Channel 2 News, it's down to $149,000 now over the 5-year tenure. What's going to happen in the next 5 years? Maybe we can reduce another $20–25 million. But the fact of the matter is that we did not dig this hole, but we are forced to dig our way out of this hole. Okay, and we have to work collectively as residents, as community-minded people, and stakeholders if we want our community to flourish again. A TV set or a hot dog giveaway is not going to increase our budget. Okay, let's just get that straight. What we need, though, is more advocacy amongst the residents, and everybody needs to come together. Now, I have a legitimate question, and what it is, Mr. Lewis, is directed, how many TIFs has expired in the past year from 2025 to 2026?
Actually, a number that just expired probably about 4 years ago. The latest being the Center Street TIF is the last one that expired. The active TIFs now are the Transit Forestry District, Dixie Sibley, Dixie Highway, the Arco TIF, which was a very small TIF, only ones that still got. The Center Street was the largest TIF in the city. That covered the south end of the city by the interstate. And that TIF expired.
That is right. Okay.
I just want to add one thing, not to respond to every question that's far too time consuming. One thing I do want to address is the concept of we don't see bills, we don't see purchase orders. Finance department, Harvey, we don't make any bills. Yeah, we get some paper from upstairs, we run off copies and things like that. I guess technically the software that the city pays a annual license fee on, we use that software. We don't make bills. Okay, I want to make clear that everyone, they say, well, we don't see the receipts. But guess what? The finance department sees every receipt. And it's not just a matter of we pay every receipt that comes to us, but every receipt is accompanied by a requisition and an approval of a department head. When those expenditures exceed certain levels, and again, depending on the department, but obviously The public works probably has larger expenses when you think about refuge collection and things like that. But every other department, they have sign-offs. The department head sign off on that. The city administrator has to sign off on invoices over a certain amount. And in some cases, the mayor has to sign off on others. So this idea that we willingly pay the bills, whoever we want to pay, I don't have that as kind of authority, and my integrity is a lot higher than that. So if there's not documentation for it, again, what happens? If there's no documentation for an invoice, let me assure you this, we're behind in our audits. Well, I've been here through 10 audits. Not one audit has said we lack documentation. So stop that myth, it doesn't happen.
Okay, Mr. Lewis, this sounds right. Could you expound on the capital expenditures, and you say we pay that into the general fund? Can you expound on that?
You talking about the capital expenditures, budget?
Yes.
We'll clean that out. We need to go through and figure out what the large grants. It's basically, the capital expenditures here, for the most part, are paid through grants. We get grants from the federal government, we get grants from State Department of Economic Development, things like that. Those are the people that pay, those are offsets. So if we get money, for instance, last fiscal year, we got money for a fire truck from FEMA. So you'll see in the fire department under vehicle purchases, you'll see $535,000. 80,000 of that, about 80,000 of that came from Harvey's general fund, and the remaining part came from the FEMA grant. So that's what happens, and that's what's allowed us. And I will tell you, again, my history in Harvey is long. I will tell you, we've got more grants in the last 2 or 3 years than we have probably gotten in the last 6 or 7. And those are things that allow the street improvements to be made, fire truck improvements to be made. We also got funding for the city crime center. I know the chief would love up here and get to brag about the drones. Again, these are things that allow us to not necessarily increase police hiring to the level we want. It's using technology, and that's what the crime center does too. That's what it's about, increasing the efficiencies of the city. So every reduction in employee doesn't mean a reduction in service. It just means we have an alternative way to deliver those services.
Chair recognizes the third one.
Good evening, everyone. Controller, thank you again for explaining what receipts mean, because I hear that a lot. Receipts is one of the words we hear a lot. In the meetings, we want receipts, we want receipts. And I don't think some people understand, in order to give out the money, you have to have a receipt. I'm going to explain the whole process, because you have to have a receipt in order to purchase, to do the purchase item, and that is what they look for in the audits. Am I correct?
Exactly.
Okay. Now, another thing I hear is transparency. That's another big word that's used around here. But I've never heard anyone talk about the transparency of what the businesses have not paid us in 10 years, and those businesses that haven't paid. Now, I'd be really appalled when I learned that even the funeral home is paid. Because we already know you can't bury anyone without that money. Not gonna do a loan, any of that. That's something that I do not hear a lot about. Maybe there's a lot of negatives on it, because I know it's been at least more than 10. And I know everybody's tired of me talking about the businesses not paying us. I'm tired of talking about it. I'm just wondering when people don't get mad about that. And so when we gather here and with solutions and targeting and transparency, I just would like to know when we all gonna get together with all of that energy and stand at some of these businesses, you know, with press conferences saying, hey, where's our money? Hey, hope you owe us X, Y, Z. We need that money because I can fix 155th Street. I can tear down the raggedy house on 154th Lane and back away. Back away. There's a building, used to be the laundromat, washing machine here. Scraps and right on the field. And we don't have the dime to try to get that together. We don't have the money to even get that. It's like a mercy fund we have to get, but transparency. That's transparency. We don't have the money for that, people, okay? That building's about to fall down. We had another incident, because, you know, we talk about how we, you know, picking on the churches. We ain't been giving them no sales taxes. They haven't been inspected in over years, because that was allowed. So now they get inspections, as they should, because they're gonna wanna use our fire truck when it guts on fire. They're gonna use a lot of our services. I know if it's mentioned, there's a church over there on 147 that almost collapsed over there. I think it was a hit and run accident and someone, not hit and run, it was an accident where a car hit the church. The church whole foundation fell on the street where we had to block it off. And guess what? Who had to clean it up? You taxpayers, because we didn't have money, because the church didn't have insurance. Okay? So let's be real transparent on telling what the people who got all the money supposed to do with the money, is supposed to do for us. 10 years is a long time. If you were staying in my house and I was renting to you and you won't pay my rent, I gotta get you out of here. You gotta go. But what's very troubling to me, that I don't understand why we as a city that's poverty stricken poor, why nobody that's up there above us. You know, we got buddy pals, friends, and people with connections that they can't give us our money. But everybody come in and say it's stealing. I'm not a thief. I'm one of the other persons that have it since I've been here. I just put in the requisition, just. Didn't really want to put in one, because I know the city don't have the money. But I thank God that he's able to give me what he has. Because I do provide. I have a lot of skills. I do a lot of projects. There's things, a lot of things I don't say that I do, because it's not nobody's business what I do with my money. Because there's a word I do with my money. A lot of times I donate, and I donate, and I give. And I don't care if I don't ever get it back. Because you know what I look at? I believe in God and nothing else. One thing I do know, and I'm a witness to, you reap what you sow in this lifetime. And if I reap some good things, I know God is going to bless me in the end. Now, I know He take care of me now, because He, you know, it's a harvest and a reaping of the season. I'm going to give what I can give until I can't give anymore. Because I know I'm going to get old one day. And I know somebody going to take care of me one day. He's going to put a ring and push me for that one day. So one thing I know God is going to do for me, and guess what, y'all? I don't even go to church every Sunday. And I've been meaning to go to Bible class. I'm trying to find one of those, but I don't go to church every Sunday. But I know what God's going to do for me. I know what He's going to do for me. Because I was sent to do it for me. Amen. Now, I'm not looking for reward from the people. I want you all to know that. I love all of my residents. I'm here for you all. We all are not going to agree on things. But one thing I don't like is a cheat, a thief, and a liar. Those are 3 things I don't like. Tell the truth, shame the devil. And I tell any of them that know me, if I don't have the answer, I will get it for you. Now, if I had my way, I'd be at these businesses, because if I had that skill that I can gather people up and bribe them, if I had that skill, I would be standing from home, where my money, because look, these are all my bills. See my bills that's projected? I need to pay some of these. We need our money. And guess what? When it comes time to shut them down, I'm taking those same people to the courts. And I'm be showing the judge, I'm here. All of us in the residence are here because they ain't paid our money. And maybe the attorney fee is gonna cost us much because we have to go to court over and over and over again to get that money, and we still can't get it. And I don't understand why. I'm tired of abandoned buildings too. When I walked around and get my petition signed, I counted 300 something, man. 300 something. And guess what? It's not just the business source money. If y'all look it up and see what each one of those properties owe, they owe money too. We talking about the money. There's money all in this city. Sitting right away. There's money in the city that people are straight done gangstered us. Literally gangstered us. And I've said many times in my meetings, and I say it all the time in my board meetings. These people live in order. They live in great, nice, you know, because you always, why we can't be like Timmy, why we can't be like order, why we can't be like these people, why we can't have this, and why we can't have that, we can't have it, because we sit around here fighting with each other instead of working together, trying to go get our money. Because these businesses have our money. If they don't want to pay us, they don't need to do business here in Harvey, period. When are you going to stand up for that? When are you going to stand up for that? I just don't know when y'all going to stand for that. If I belong to any club, country club, if I belong to whatever I would belong to, the honor society, whatever it was I belong to, I would get my people together, as Moses said, and go to them and tell them, let my money go. Let my money go. That's what I do. So stop perpetrating the fraud, and let's do the business. Let's do the business that we're supposed to be doing here. I'm not trying to do no thing. The alderwoman position is enough for me. It's a lot of work. And guess what? I commend my mayor because he's doing a good job. Despite he don't have to do it. He don't have to do it just like I have to do it, just like everybody else don't have to do it. I hate the street department. It's one of the people that got laid off because it's full. They not lying because y'all all know, because y'all all know. Why is this thing done? Why don't we gonna cut this tree? Can you get this tree? And y'all say the tree is standing on the property. I tell my residents, we don't even have equipment to cut some of this stuff. I have a resident in my ward. Say, Ms. Miller, can you see your contract? I cut the trees. You know, I told them, you got no money, ain't no sense in your contract, you gonna quit. All these dead trees they got around in Harvey. And the mayor's right. We have to pay what takes precedent. You all have the same thing, you got a budget. You wanna buy that fancy car, but you know you can't buy that fancy car, because you know you ain't got the money for it. So why go above your means? Because we all know, I know some people might not say, you gotta always save for a rainy day. And if we don't have the money to save for a rainy day, how you gonna do something in the rain? Like all the trees falling, and like my building over there, sitting over there about to fall on the ground, then we don't have the money. So, can we get a GoFundMe fund going around here maybe and help us something? Because, you know, we do GoFundMe for a lot of other things. Can we do that to y'all are, okay? Thank you, have a great day.
I would like to address one other issue. The question was addressed on how much you collected because of the mayor's initiative. The ordinance that was passed, it said basically if you want to operate in Harvey, not pay your real estate tax, you have to pay Harvey something. That amount was total $600,000 last fiscal year. It is on these financial statements here. And I realized that, again, it's not very easy when you're dealing with, I said general fund budget of 30 million, but the total budget of about 55 million, it's not easy to understand if you're not familiar with municipal accounting. So I can assure you this, that I had no reason to deceive anyone about it, because it's just professionally and ethically it's wrong, but I mean, I work for the city of Harvey. Believe me, it's fun and games going on. I had 12 years in Harvey. I've had state's attorney up in professional me. People from Cook County state's attorneys. I've had the federal government up in me. I think the FBI up in me. You think I was one day up in the home confined, covering up some dirt in Harvey. You have no idea, you don't know me. These 69 years that I live, the voice is not going to be confined, even to this home, covering up somebody else's dirt. Yes.
Ms. Williams, the line item just refers to $600,000. Where can we see the proposal? The revenue collection?
Look at the account.
Okay.
You look on page 1, the account is settlement for real estate taxes, 010003421.
Could you give us understanding so roughly we collected $582,659
Right.
for last fiscal year? How does that money support the $149 million that's?
But it's helped us with ongoing operations. Again, as I alluded to earlier, 75% of our budget is personnel related. One thing I can proudly say in the city of Harvey, no employee in 12 years, I've been in Harvey, has never missed a payday. Harvey has never been behind in payroll taxes. Health insurance has never been canceled. IMR paid, pension payments have been paid on a timely basis. But the other issue is about penalties on the city of Chicago. The city of Chicago water bill is one of the few things in Harvey other than the bond that it predates me. When I walked through the door of Harvey over the city of Chicago, $18 million in water. And we brought that down to 12. And I can assure you, all the penalties were going to find something with Chicago, where we would not be paying those penalties. Because we had them forgiven once before.
Thank you. I have two things. One, I think there's a confusion between the operating budget and the capital budget. And then secondly, can you also explain where 82% of collecting our real estate taxes? If we were at what every other municipality would receive, approximately 82%, where would our operating budget be, or where should it be to operate your budget?
Well, I can tell you, if we were collecting our taxes at 82% rate, it might be an tax been that long ago. I worked in Norton Township, so I know what the real estate tax collection rates have been over the past 15, 20 years. It's less than 20 years ago when Harvey's collection, real estate tax collection rate was at about 75%. And now our budget based on 50%, the raise the board when we collect 52 over time, and I say 52 over time, what happens is, if you don't pay your taxes in 21, you may get around the channel in 23. And that's the only reason you get fluctuations on collections and the actual year of the taxes. Just when you see over a 3-year period before people's properties get put in the scavenger sale or the tax sale, they have a tendency to run in and pay. But right now, we're budgeting $10 million for real estate taxes. If we were at 82%, so 100% would be about $20 million. So if we were at an 80% collection rate, we'd be collecting $16 million. Guess what? Add $16 million to my bottom line. I'm not gonna say we wouldn't spend some of it, but understand I had $6 million to work with. It'd be a lot easier down there in the finance office because everybody gets 80, 90 days. That's just not Chicago, that's most municipalities. But I do business, done business in the city of Chicago, done business in the state of Illinois, all kinds of municipalities in the Southland, the western suburbs, some even Republican towns. Your bills get 80, 60, and 90 days, that's the norm more than the exception.
So for the record, our budget is approximately 30 million. If we collect 80%, we should be somewhere around 50%.
Exactly. I mean, that's dreamland. I'd love to get back to where we were less than 20 years ago. Hard, at a 75% collection rate. But the mayor has certainly beat that drum enough. I personally know 2 large parcels in this town that probably owe the county in excess of $10 billion in taxes. Now, all that wouldn't come to Harvey, because we only get 40% of that. But 2 commercial locations, if they pay their taxes, $10 million currently, I'm not even talking about interest and penalty, that put $4 million in the hopper. I can assure you, if I got $4 million rolled into our account electronically over the next year, we be able to do a lot of things. You see that you need to sleep off, and I'm with the mayor inside the back. I'm not telling anybody how to spend the money, but you sure got a lot more flexibility if you got an extra $4 million. I don't know what an extra $4 million is. There's no such thing as an extra $4 million or an extra $1 million. It just allows us to pay the vendors for current. Allows we got employees in this town that basically have received very limited raises.
Sure, recognize the board. Just one quick question. I know we've been beating this drum the same thing we're saying about taxes. First of all, for the public to know, we need to provide people that own businesses that are responsible for taxes, opposed to people that are just renting and being shut down because of people that can't rent a house or the business from being affected and closing their business down and all that business renting. Okay, we need to be there. You know, beginning this is a process, and this is a further, bigger state, president, whatever issue. Cook County
is in charge of collecting taxes, right? What are we doing to enforce them to do their job so we can get our fix? Why are we not going to the president or whatever it was? Why are they allowed to put us in this situation when we count on them to give us our money? Why are we not focusing on what the county should be doing?
That's all true. I'm gonna let the mayor address that. I'm just because one of the places that owes us taxes is, the mall on, not the mall, the shopping center there on 147.
48 today.
148. All right, so let's go through what happens in a commercial lease. When you have a commercial lease, you pay base rent, okay? In addition to that, you pay a percentage of the operating cost. If it's a 10,000 square foot shopping center, you rent 3,000 square feet, you pay 3,000, 30% of the operating cost at all. That is gathered and picked up and paving on the lot, you scrape them up, striping on the lot. Then the third part you pay is real estate taxes. That's how all commercial leases are designed. Mine is that way downtown. So you say, why are we taking this money? Why are we going to the businesses? Because the businesses need forced on. I can assure you that those businesses that are in those shopping centers are paying their real estate taxes, their third of the triple net lease to those owners, but the owners not paying the taxes. So what do? We tell the people, oh, you gotta pay us. And that's not because we want their money. Our purpose is to put pressure, for them to put pressure on the owners to pay the real estate taxes. Because I, as a tenant, if I'm paying my portion of the real estate taxes and you're not giving it to the county, I got a problem with you because, I mean, it doesn't stop us if there's a fire or police service or public works services that need to be performed. We perform it as a city. And again, what did I say? There was no other eight-figure number on this budget down real estate tax. It makes a big difference if that number is 10 million versus 12 million versus 14 million. A whole lot more folks would get paid if I had an extra $2 million, much less an extra $4 million sitting in Harvey's account. So it's the tenant's obligation of commercial lease to go to the owner and say, I'm paying you my part of the real estate taxes. Why aren't you paying the county?
So what is the county going to do to cover that situation? Since they already know that's the situation, what are they doing when they already see that it's a commercial property? What are they doing? And why we not having a meeting with them?
Yes, the question probably best directed to Tony Franklin or not me, and the mayor can address it if you want to. That's the question. Why the county doing something directed to Tony Franklin and our elected commissioners?
She recognizes the third word.
I'd like to add to that, Mr. Williams. Those stores also have 5-year leases, most of them, am I correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay, most of them, usually when it's a commercial rental, because when you own a business, when it's time to get loans and things like that, they want to see your establishment, how you're able to collect money to see if you even qualify for loans and things of that nature. And like you said, each square foot is not like paying a rental rent, you know, your $1,000 mortgage. You're paying a lot, like double thousands, 10,000 at least. When you look at these strip malls, that you look at, they're getting about at least 70,000 a month. Why we can't pay us our money? So, they are, because they have a 5-year lease, they're stuck there. When you have business, you just can't, if I've been at this business for so many years, I've established how good my business is. I can't just up and hop and run to somewhere else. Because location is key for businesses. So if you want to stay in your business, Larry, it's not my fault you have a slumlord. Because maybe you can go to court because you do have a lease with them, and you can sue them for the money that the city of Harvey is giving for us, because we can't get it for you. We need our money. Bottom line, we need our money.
Chair recognizes for you. Chair recognizes the second one. We're gonna wrap it up pretty soon.
How many businesses are paying into the settlement agreement? I think there was over 76, God bless you, that was reported or so that were not able to operate, reported on 05, 102, 160. That's our municipal code, that says you cannot operate here if you owe back property taxes. So how many businesses are currently paying into that settlement agreement with the projected valuation of $500,000?
wish I could answer that one off the top of my head. That's one thing we do some research.
And so to that end, that would be a great number to understand, because my main question is, let's just say a third of those businesses are paying the settlement agreement. That'll be about 30 or so. What's going on with the other 40? And then on top of the 40 who are not paying anything into the property tax base, what are we doing about them beyond litigation? That is costing the taxpayers. We're projected at $750,000 for the budget of 2026 towards litigation and legal services. So I'm trying to figure out the math. As much as we collect, we're spending out just on litigation. Additional to the commercial properties, we have over 5,000, I think it was reported, abandoned properties. What are we doing as far as fines and fees for those folks who own those properties to ensure that they're paying their fair wage? We almost need another agreement in place for property owners who have left. We need to target every single bank, obligated bank for one, because they own a number of things in the city of Harvey, along with Harvey Real Estate, I believe it is. Been a long time owner here in the city with 30, 40 plus properties. My question, what are we doing to hold those folks accountable? Now, we have a strong fine and fee. Hold on one second.
Hold on, Ms. Williams.
Oh, but she has my housing fines, that's right.
Let me go ahead and finish now.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand as stern and as hardened as we are on the commercial businesses, as we should be. If you're not paying your taxes according to the law that we created and all voted on here, you shouldn't be operating here, period. But since you are, we're earning that revenue through that, but that's still not a good business practice, because guess what? Those people are not paying their property taxes. They're just paying us. So we're gonna always sit at a deficit, because we're still supporting even a third of the 70 plus that have been notated that are not paying property taxes. The other piece that, since we're discussing property tax expenditures and fiscal spending as a whole, I would think that the fines and fees, we should have everyone lined up outside of here on Fridays that own every single dilapidated property. The property next door to me has been vacant for 22 years. Owned by a gentleman by the name of Derek Charles. From way back, and every time he gets right to the point to pick those property taxes, he, she, or someone does. And so, I'm just thinking that is a whole funding base that I think we're really missing. It's 1 in every 4 homes on a block are abandoned. And specifically across the second ward, we have entire blocks that are abandoned. Lexington, Turlington, and Loomis from 152nd to 171st, north and south, really is a mainstay. So I'm trying to figure out what are we doing to go after homeowners? And is there a projected valuation in the budget in 2026 on how much we will collect in fines and fees from them?
All right, that's a question for the mayor. I'll answer later. Sure, recognize the third ward. We gotta wrap this up, y'all. You know, we got another week. We gotta go to the agenda for that too.
So when
We
it
still
comes,
got public comment.
just to let you guys know, with real estate, property, personal property, as I explain to my residents all the time, they always say, oh, the house has been here next to me 20 years. But if no one has claimed their property, family members or some of whatever sort, you still have to go through a whole lot of hassle to get that property. Now, if someone did pay at the last minute, some people don't know, there are investors out here who buy property for taxes in hopes of getting that money back as investment thing. Might not actually be the owner who purchased those taxes. Sometimes people do investors. So the property is a whole big thing. Some of the people are deceased. You have to find them. And so that's a big whole project by itself. And that costs money as well, the money that the city does not have. But maybe if those businesses pay, you can probably use, that Peter money to make Paul pay us the other part.
That being said, we're gonna move on to, first of all, thank you for the discussion. We are going to have more discussion on this matter as we move along. appreciate this is the only opportunity for the public to address the city council on agenda items and other city-related business. In order to accomplish our business on the agenda and be respectful of everyone's time, council members will not engage in dialogue, I'm hoping, with individual members of the audience, and no immediate action will be taken on any public comment issue. When your name is called, proceed to the podium, state your name. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Woo, wait. No speaking, don't hesitate for time for the speaker. Comments shall be courteous and respectful. Please, comments shall be courteous and respectful at all times. No person may use public comment for the purpose of campaigning or advertisement. This is not a question and answer time, and council cannot engage in conversation with the public. Questions and concerns about operations should be addressed with city staff during regular business hours. First up, for public comment is Ryan Smilsky, followed by Jacqueline Wilson.
Good evening, everyone. I just have, I guess, the typical financial questions like when will all the receipts, the bank account statements, and invoices and bids be published online? That is, if you look at the Better Government Association or if you other watchdog groups, that is standard practice. We've had Ms. James Watson even share from Evanston, their whole packet, the whole packet, so at all residents, everyone knows exactly what's going to be discussed before every meeting. So that should be posted at least a few business days before every meeting. It's not hard to do, and if, as Mayor Clark says, everything is above board, then just show us. That's all we're asking. I also am going to make another suggestion that I made at the township meeting last time, and there's a whole bunch of different softwares that you could buy that will put all expenses and income in real time online for public transparency. So I feel we should never, ever have to come up here again for public comment or any time to say, Mr. Mayor, where's the money? You can easily just, with this software, and I'm sure the treasurer knows a few of them and comptroller, but like I said, it's all online. So you can log in and you can see the money as it comes in and as it goes out. So I want the public to know that as well. So there really is no excuse for not showing us where the money's going. As well as what I said at the township, I want to call for a forensic audit. We can't afford not to know where the money is. A forensic audit is a much more thorough audit than the audits that we're behind on, because we're already behind on audits with the state. So we, like I said, we can't afford not to know where the money is. The problem with the different comments that I hear from the mayor, Ms. Smith, some of the other folks, is that when it's saying about, well, we need this about with money, we need this, we don't know. We don't know where the money is. So we can't, Harvey's in the hole, but by how much? And the money we do have, where does it go? Well, we don't know. We don't know because it's just not being made clear. So I think we need a forensic audit. I would say open all city books immediately to the treasurer, stop locking her out because she's our elected representative. Also, Alderwoman Chapman mentioned this, but the 4 Alder yes men who always vote with Clark, they always get their expenses paid back, including Alderwoman Smith, because I avoided those. But the ones who ask critical questions don't. I mean, again, that's more the transparency issue. So you say you don't have money, but then Dravinsky, Smith, others, they get paid. Release, I said that already. And the last thing, create a transparent process to sell and restore our old buildings. Give priority to local residents and businesses, because all those empty buildings, as the Alderwoman stated, if we got those back in the tax rolls, that would do much more than just generally increasing our tax collection rate.
Now, we're going to get this straight right there. Okay? We got nothing to talk while other folks is talking. And y'all see whatever the heck y'all want to say about that. This happened last week.
And then I've seen the African district, it would be a big difference if you see already yesterday or anybody else for that matter. Be respectful of people when they are talking. People are gonna say things that you may or may not want to hear. If you can't take it, the door is right there. You don't have to listen to it if you feel that passionate about it. But we're going to be respectful of each other. And then back and forth, and just for the argument specifically, it says that this is not a question and answer time. The council cannot engage in conversation with the public. So please, follow that rule. Thank you. Next up is Jacqueline Wilson, followed by Jedediah Brown.
Hello, Mayor Catalog, I want to thank you. I'm so nervous. Mayor Clark, I want to thank you. Okay, Mayor Christopher Clark, I want to thank you. I truly do, because you have truly tried very hard to improve Harvey. I do not understand how us as we continue to realize what is going on out here in Harvey, why do we want to continue to complain? A lot of people started off with you, Mayor, but a lot of people decided to go on their own because they did not, that you did not do what they required you to do. But I know that you are a good man and you try very hard out here in Harvey to do your best. I have came to the meetings, I come to the Alderman's meeting, I come to the council house meeting, I have started, I have listened. Yes, I am nervous because I just want to figure out how can you explain that when a person tries so hard to do something, somebody's always trying to knock them down. So I want to let you know that I appreciate you. I appreciate our aldermen. I appreciate you, Keys, because you do come through all the time. I appreciate our council people as well. I appreciate you of the third ward. I want us as a whole to continue to improve Harvey. I've been here almost 30 years, and I see all the improvements. You all talk about money, 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 money. Look at the improvements. Look at the improvements. You know, if you want to continue to let Harvey be a place where you live, look at the improvement here. I live on 150th. I love my house. I continue to improve my home. So I want the city to continue to be improved too. I know that maybe I'm tired of talking and I stutter, but that's okay. But I let you know, Mayor Clark, please continue to run for Mayor Harvey because you are doing a very good job. And our aldermen, Lord, we work together. I sit here and I'm listening to y'all. Y'all got good ideas. Let God do. God provides all the time. Whichever way the money is going, don't worry about it. If they are stealing money, God knows. And it will come out. People do go to jail for that. Remember that. Our mayor's not stealing our money, y'all. He's trying to improve our city. And I see it. Drive around and look. You'll see it too. Just drive around and look. I'm from the 4th ward, and I'm going to continue to help Brittany, to help you King, to improve the 4th ward and any other ward. I drive around, I see that something needs to be done.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And finally, Jedediah Brown.
We are out. We are out.
I just want to be honest, as I was sitting there, this is my first time making this finance portion. To the comptroller, thank you so much for delivering that information. I just really encourage you, because of the cloud that's trying to be cast, that you be extremely clear, because I got confused at certain parts. I do understand that it's just discussion, but even some of the things you said, the numbers once it was 75%, then it was 80%. I think that clarity is paramount when you're delivering up here, because of things that's going on that people really want to understand and help. And it also can help with the cloud of doubt that's trying to be cast over the administration. Outside of that, Mr. Keys, since I've come into this city, I've seen nothing but great hospitality from you, trying to be a person who's working across the aisle. I really enjoyed your leadership at that anti-violence meeting. And I'm also concerned about some of the things that I heard, which I'm gonna ask questions about. But I do wanna say this to you. This city needs to literally recognize, as a matter of fact, before I came here, I just left a meeting with all of the Democratic leaders in one place talking about how safe our city is and how things are getting better in our state is. And from our perspective, it doesn't always look or feel like that. And I just wondered why they didn't do a press conference on the south side of Chicago like Harvey, because it would show their film. And so with that being said, Mr. Keys, as a resident of Illinois, I'm gonna, if it's okay with the city, I don't know how this goes, but I wanna donate $100 every meeting that I come to, up until it's $1,000 to the award, and I'm hoping that the residents here will follow suit, because talk is cheap and the work is expensive. And a lot of people just wanna complain. A lot of people have agendas, and it's unfortunate, because if Harvey literally banded together, it will put a highlight on the Democratic Party that's covering the entire Southland. I don't want to run from one south suburb to another. I left Dalton, I didn't want to come here, then what's next? If we all start seeing the bigger picture and put our aspirations aside, because I've not come to a lot of meetings, but it's not hard to hear what's going on. It's not here to understand why a document is not put on the internet yet, because we're working through it. It's not hard to hear that people are saying, how do we manage the budget when we don't have money? How can we get things done if we don't? But you know what I do recognize? That you should not judge a man by his words, but by their actions. And I don't see a whole lot of people putting a whole lot of action to their words. So I'm gonna say to you, you said if you had gathering power to let me, I do. And if you want to go in your ward and you want to go visit the businesses that are not paying into the tax base here, I want to go with you, and I want to find individuals. And as a matter of fact, I say that to all the people, but I want to be clear here. The mayor can only do so much. If all the people came together and organized your wars, imagine what Harvey would be.
Thank you. Guys, I'll make it quick because we got to go into the meeting. So, first, I'm going to read 65 INCS. This is specifically powers of council. Powers of council shall be purely legislative. Powers of council shall be purely legislative, except as may be otherwise specifically provided by any act or by any article of this code. I say that because when we start talking about the things that we do for the residents, I have a unique seat because I sat as an alderman, and I'm also sitting as a mayor. And when I was an alderman, some in the audience can attest, I first gave money away. But it wasn't because I was an alderman person. It was just because I was trying to be a good citizen and good neighbor. Prior to becoming an alderman, I had my full-time law practice. And I put a portion of that money to the side to try to help other people. Some of you may remember when the law office set up a website so that we could pay people's water bills for them. All you had to do was register, and we would move to try to pay your water bill. I didn't submit any receipts or anything like that. It's not to say that anybody else should, but the bottom line is the money that was spent, I did primarily because I was just trying to be a good neighbor. We're accepted. We had a discussion the other day. I have 2 chainsaws. And when we had that first Jericho back in, was that 2020? I was out there with one of my chainsaws just cutting away. Not because I was looking for anybody to pay me for my time or energy. It's just what we were supposed to do. Because, I've said it before, and we do really act like it. We're family. Okay? And so, that's what happens. But, as far as all persons are concerned in the city council, and some of you already know, The powers of the council shall be purely legislative. So when you decide that you want to go out and you want to do all these extra things, don't do all these extra things with the expectation that something's going to happen or that you're supposed to get something back as a result of it. Now, once again, if and when we can afford to do so, based on our financial position, we will. So that's one. Two is we continue to go over this while we spend $20,000 on the 4th of July. I don't know how many times I got to say that we donated over and over and over again. When we have these extracurricular activities, we seek donations so that we can do what we want to do, so that we can provide those things for our citizens. And our citizenry, in my opinion, have a need, have a right and a desire to participate in some of those events. Now, y'all know doggone well that if I was to turn around as the mayor and say, you know what, all of this canceled, then what would be the next one? That's when the public, what do we call it? Social media, he's a Grinch, he hates Christmas. You know what I'm saying? He hates Thanksgiving. And I can explain that we're not doing it because we don't have the financial capacity to do so. But if I were to turn around and cancel all of those events right now, that would be the very first thing that we would hear. And so it's a catch-22 situation. Because you want us to do it, but when we don't do it, then you're upset we don't do it. Then if we don't do it, then you want us to do it again. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Now, as far as the Cook County taxes, and Cook County collecting our taxes, I really wish they would. And, you know, and so wait, let's go back. So we can figure out how this works. Because what is happening here is sometimes people think they belong in one space when they're actually supposed to be in another space. So, the powers of the council shall be purely legislative except as otherwise specifically provided by any other act or by article of this code. Okay. But when you go to the mayor, it says the power and duties of the mayor shall be to enforce the laws and ordinances within the municipality, to appoint and remove his administrative assistants, budgets and finance director, heads of all departments, and to appoint and remove all other officers of the municipality, commissions, boards, and agencies, except those covered by the Civil Service Act. Municipalities which have adopted said act. We have a civil service board. We have adopted that act. And the terms is provided in section 64-14. So, also to exercise control of all departments and divisions thereof created in this article, or that may be created by council. And when you go look at our council, our municipal code, our municipal code says the same thing. It doesn't say that aldermen get to determine what the workload does. It doesn't prevent it. It goes back to what it said it was. It's purely what? Legislative. Gotcha. To attend all meetings of the council with the right to take part in the discussions, but with no right to vote, except as authorized in 64-5. This is in the time. To recommend to the council for adoption such measures as he may deem necessary or expedient to perform such other duties as may be prescribed by this Article 6 or may be required of him by ordinance. So as you see, the mayor's position has many more responsibilities than the automatic positions. And at least from what I understood, when those people ran for alderman, I would have thought that the first thing they would have tried to figure out is what are they actually supposed to do. But when you're trying to act like you're the mayor and you want to be places that you're not supposed to be, we've talked to the council. We've talked to Cook County on several occasions. You're having those conversations. We've had those conversations. Tax bills are currently late.
And we're trying to figure out how we're going to make it to our next quarter when the tax bills are currently late and we don't have a cushion. We don't have a cushion. And all of this stuff happens as a result of, yes, elections, but it also happens as a result of when you were supposed to be speaking out, you were silent, like a church mouse. And so while all the money was getting taken away, and while the feds were coming in and raiding the police department, and 6 people got arrested, and while the police department was providing security for drug dealers and pimps, okay, nobody had anything to say. The money was going away, and it was going away in front of our faces. The city of Chicago sued us in 2014. Miss Donnie was there. I don't know where she is now. Miss Jackie went. 2 other folks went downtown. Miss Randall, God rest her soul, went. And went downtown because they wanted to find out what was going on with our money, because we knew for sure at that time that the money was being misappropriated. We had proof at that time that the money was being misappropriated. And the vast majority of people, they had nothing to say. Now again, I'm a rebound chick. I'm the one who you want to get with after you broke up with the one you was with before, not understanding how just good you got it. I get it. I know how that works. Shall I be a rebound guy? Yeah. You want me to be a rebound guy? But the bottom line is, we have been digging our way out of a hole that we were not responsible for. We have been trying to clean up, and we always do it. We was kids, and it was my turn to do dishes, but I always, when it became time to do the dishes, I said, well, I didn't put this glass in here. I didn't put this bowl in here. Everybody would blame somebody in the house for why the house is falling. And then your mom turned around and said, I don't care who put the glass in the sink. I don't care who put the bowl in the sink. It's your turn to do dishes. And when it's your brother's turn, it's your brother's turn. Now, there's a lesson to be learned here. Because if I don't want my brothers to put all this stuff in the sink, then when it's their turn to do dishes, maybe I need to be considerate and not put all this stuff in their sink. That's us working together. That's the reason why I said a couple of months ago, I think it's a couple of months now, I'm not doing all that fighting, I'm not doing all that castigating. Believe you me, I got a lot of locked and loaded, but I'm not doing it. Because it doesn't move us forward as a city. Now let me tell you what I heard. I heard, well, can I get my money that I'm supposed to be getting this parliament? And I respect it. Okay. I heard about, well, we need to be going out and we need to be talking to these businesses and finding out why they ain't giving us our money. And then I saw the looks on some of those who were dissatisfied, and I'm really trying to convince you that you are going to get these copies, okay? Because we have to follow the process. I already know that some of our aldermen are not going to follow the process. They're going to release the information anyway, okay, because they don't understand the word transparency. But out of all the stuff that's in here, we ain't talking about how we gonna keep the employees employed. We're not talking about how we're gonna make it from payroll to payroll every 2 weeks. Because that's what I'm seeing in here.
and we say to ourselves, well, what's the problem? He already explained that. Even though I know somebody gonna go off, I'm gonna change it up and lie and say it's something else. He already said, if we didn't have the issues of the pension debt, we would actually have a surplus. But when I remind them that pension debt wasn't paid by the previous administration, oh my gosh, oh, I don't know what to do. Because all of a sudden you just lose it. Because you don't want to be talking about the previous administration. That's who screwed you over. Bottom line. That's who screwed you over. And you talk about receipts. We got the receipts. Because they went to jail. You know, almost 15 people over the past 16 or 20 years have been either convicted and or went to jail under that previous administration for some nefarious activity. But then the lawyer come before you and you want to try to discredit him and make it seem like he doing something he ain't never did a day in his life. And then you try to get other people on board to get those people to co-sign the lies that you have signed on to. We got to stop it. Now, let's stop nobody up here from talking. Everybody took their time. That's the reason why we get that. When you had your question, Mr. Dave Walker, when you had your question about that, and I think that's a really good question. And that's a question that's going to be addressed. Because it's important. And if I'm going to demonstrate how we're supposed to work together, I got to lead with it. But damn, that don't meet me halfway. Because we're not doing anything but trying to figure out how to better this city. And every single time, you don't come with some suggestions or solutions. You just come with complaints. And unfortunately, and fortunately, I'm going to say it out loud, this is really going to drive me into crazy. We got a young man sitting over here that don't even live here, but he's done more fighting from a financial standpoint than the residents have. You want to send somebody else on your missions. Have somebody else run your office. You're supposed to be out there with him. Well, if you ain't out there with him because you don't like him, then get out there by yourself. Because there's a lot of things in this budget than the things that I just heard. And the things you were talking about, I'm just going to say, they didn't have as much weight as far as what this budget is really about. Now, we're going to get a do-over. We're going to get an opportunity to do it over and talk about it again. And I will make sure, once again, these are things that I'm promising you. So if I don't deliver on it, you're definitely more than welcome to hold me accountable. We'll make sure, okay, that everybody who wants a copy of the budget, when it's posted, has the ability to get that copy. Okay? Any and everybody. But we are working with the county. We're doing everything we possibly can to try to get our taxes collected. But the county looks at us and asks us, what do you do? So we got to do something too. And we have the power to do something. If you're going to ask about the county, see, you can go down to the county and you can tell 25 people how horrible of a mayor I am and how I violate your rights. Well, then go down there and ask 25 people where our money at. Yeah. Ask them where money at. You can go down there and talk about me in an entity, in an organization that does not have jurisdiction over me. You understand that? You're going to talk to people about this city, specifically about me, and they don't even have jurisdiction over me. But if you want to go down there and talk about the things that they have jurisdiction over, like why don't they collect our proper amount of taxes? And when they don't collect them, why don't they use
more of the courts and forced to try to get those businesses, and if you want, who is the one that's willing, because I don't know who it is, who is the one that's willing to put the foot on the neck of the residents of this city when they've been paying the taxes for the past 20 years that the businesses ain't been paying? I want to see some hands. If you feel that way, because I'll tell you, this council didn't raise the taxes because we understand how much you pay. So we didn't increase the taxes. This council is not going to do that. We only do the things that we are mandated to do. If Chicago water goes up on their water, we have to pass it on to you. Keep my name out your mouth. Because I'm not doing that. That is the city of Chicago sending that bill. And we have to do what we have to do. If the courts say that we got to pay the pension funds, and y'all understand, the state comptroller, every time we get a dime, the state comptroller takes our money. And I want you to understand how this goes. If we get $1 million in a grant, because I've said this over and over again, but I'm starting to think that there were some buses that some of y'all should have been on that we didn't know about. Because I'm saying it over and over again. If we get $1 million in a grant, praise God, it's wonderful. We got $1 million. And we can take that $1 million and do whatever the $1 million grantee said we're supposed to do. But when we get that $1 million grant, how much is the Illinois State Comptroller going to take from that $1 million? $350,000. $350,000. Just got $1 million. And the state comptroller is going to take $350,000 from us. Wait. Who's responsible for coming up with that extra $350,000?
General fund.
From where?
General tax revenues, general revenues.
Of which city? Let me make sure. The city of Harvey, where? In what state? In the state of Illinois. We don't have no money to run with at this time. They stole it all, y'all. And the sooner you come to the realization of that, the better off I think we will be. I'm not going to attack any of y'all, because y'all didn't do anything. But I will attack the mofos that stole our money and did what they weren't supposed to do. And that's why we struggle. And the sad part is some of y'all still got loyalty to that bunch. When they were stealing your money. The other software to tell you what the finances are in each city, it's called USA. Isn't that what it is? Because we looked at it. It cost us $150,000 to do Love USA. Am I right? Open up, that's what it opened up. Look it up, people. Open up. But it cost us more than $150,000 to have it. If we can't pay for it. And because we cannot pay for it, we don't have it. That is something I brought up in the very first administration. And we can't pay for it. So what's the point of trying to hide if we can't pay for it? Stop trying to compare us to other communities. So other communities got money. When I talked to you about the other day, T, Orland get like 125 million sales taxes per year. We can't compete with $125 million in sales taxes, but you want us to be like Orland. You want want champagne on a beer budget. Let's grow up, man. And let's start working together. And then we can get something done. We can stop pointing fingers, and we can actually see some real progress in this city. Because the city is moving forward. With all the challenges, the city is still moving forward. With all of the naysayers, the city is still moving forward. And for all of the haters, I love the hate because it means that we must be doing stuff right. So, that note, the chair entertains to adjourn. First by a motion by the sixth, second by the third. All in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, hearing none, we stand adjourned at 8:05. We will reconvene at 8:15.
For the regular city council meeting. No, that was the budget. Okay.
Is this a full?
Yeah, so I'm sorry, did you want one too? I could grab you one. These aren't all bad things, but again, I would want to see the details. Like 150th Street with IDOT, Roby Trail IDOT, Central Park Project, that's Myrtle. So what are you trying to do? Right, it's like vote on it, but you can't ask any questions, you can't see anything, and you can't get any answers. So I don't agree with that. They want to approve a Class 8 for amber packaging supplies, but again, I don't know anything about them. So thanks for hanging in with us, folks. That was a really long meeting. And we're going to start the proper city council meeting shortly. Hold on. What happened? What happened? I mean, catching up with comments. Right, addressing the abandoned properties. Exactly. It's such a big... Right, fake preacher move. Exactly. They're trying to be dramatic. Yeah. Thank you for watching out, French. I appreciate that. For an ignorant presentation. Right, we got no answers, and then we were chewed out for having no answers. I actually presented a few very practical answers. You can't believe anything that was just told to you in that meeting about finances because we haven't seen anything on paper. So keep that in mind. Nothing they said is verifiable. Yeah, So we're taking a brief recess, and then the proper city council meeting proper will be starting shortly. Safety for everyone, just not just him. Right. The TV. Yeah, I don't know what that is for. Plug a new battery. Yes, I should charge, but oh well. I have my battery here. No questions, no answers. Wait, his faux waiting to exhale voice irritates me. Imaginary budget, right. Nothing's verifiable. He really thinks he will. Yep. Yeah, so basically they just spent a whole bunch of time talking. I mean, I presented some solutions, like I said about using that real-time budget software, get a forensic audit done, open the books for the elected treasurer so she can analyze our finances. But, right, yeah, he gave Jed an honorable mention, but that was about it. But then we got chewed out for not having any solutions. So, I mean, it's really very hypocritical and, yeah. Not cool. Let me show you guys. Thank you, straight shooter. Okay. Just so you can kind of see. So we have, for the meeting that's going to start, I don't think they're going to have executive session, but we'll see. Approval of minutes, approval of bills, which again, we haven't seen any of those. They want to approve an agreement with Axon for body cameras. Then they want to adopt a grocery retailer's tax. Oh, 2 taxes. You know, again, no input, nothing about that. We know nothing about it. They want to approve a Class 8 for amber packaging supplies at 380 East 167th Street. They want to accept an animal control vehicle donation from Cook County Department of Animal and Rabies Control, which is great, but we don't have officers that actually do animal control. So I don't know who's going to operate it. Then we have approving motor fuel tax funds for maintaining highways, streets and highways, but it doesn't say which ones or how much. Joint funding between IDOT and Harvey for 150th Street. Again, we don't know how much. We don't know what exactly is all involved. Another agreement for Roby Trail project. Okay, I mean, sounds nice, but nothing shared. And then something open space lands acquisition and development Central Park project application. That I believe is related to what the city wants to do with all that Myrtle property that Mayor Clark and the MWRD forced our residents, several of whom, like I said, they were a part of the civil rights era movement. They were the first black families to be able to buy there on Myrtle. And that is what the mayor's been pushing for a few years now, is his Central Park project, that we have more than 1,200 signers saying we don't want it. But of course, we have been ignored, unfortunately. And then there's public comment, mural comment, and adjournment. I don't know. All right, guys, we are reconvening here, it looks like. Okay. All right.
Well, we're starting now. We got one. So, while we get all of the present, all persons to sign in.
Right, exactly, guys. Yep, I'm just reading your comments. Mm-hmm.
Welcome you again, and thank you for staying. This is the City of Harvey Council meeting. It's Monday, August 25th, 2025. The time is 8:18 p.m. For the record, we had a meeting prior regarding the budget that went over time, so that's why we're having our meeting at this particular one time. I appreciate everyone's patience.
Oh, Nicole. Oh, sure. Yeah.
Alright. So, next up is roll call. Indication of pledge of allegiance. Everybody begin. Heavenly Father, God, we come to you. Sometimes we foolish enough, oh God, to think, what would we do without you? As if we don't already know the answer. Absolutely nothing. We appreciate you, oh God, and we praise you, we glorify you, we magnify you, oh God. Your grace, your mercy, and your favor gets us through each and every day. It takes us through each and everything that we have to deal with, oh Lord, whether it is dealing with our family members, our friends, our colleagues, our co-workers, whether it's dealing with things that we can't quite understand or can't quite comprehend, oh God, which you are there. You are always watching, you are always keeping us, you are always holding us in your bosom, oh Lord. You are always taking us forward and you're teaching us lessons along the way, whether it's directly through your word or whether it's through the other vessels that you have decided to use. And we are also grateful. Oh God, we ask that you would let your spirit come down here into the city of Harvey, that you will allow it to flourish throughout the city so that everyone may know you, not just know of you, but to know you, oh God. That they may have a relationship with you, that they may understand that some of the things that they think that are so important are not as important, and they definitely are not important when it comes to you, because there is no God but you, and we need nothing and no one else. We ask, oh God, that you will continue to bless this council, that it will continue to do the work, and even when we don't necessarily get it right, oh Lord,
We know that you perfect our imperfections. You make those things that may be wrong right. And you make all things work for your good. Amen. So we come to you, oh God, knowing that we are not worthy, knowing that we are not even worthy to come to the throne. But we thank you for just this moment, for just giving us a moment of time, oh God. Now remember, we understand that you are eternal. We are not, but just the moment that you have given us, oh Lord, we are ever so grateful. And we will continue to praise you. We will continue to magnify you because we know that while the devil may try to have his due, you own everything. And everything goes through you. Amen. This we ask in your son, Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And so on the agenda, executive session, from my understanding, we don't have any. So we'll bypass that and turn to open session. Next on the agenda is number 6. Approval of minutes dated July 28th, 2000. Approval of minutes dated July 28, 2025. The chair will entertain a motion to approve. Motion by the 6th. Second by the 5th. What's that? You're not working? Motion by 6. Yeah, I'm trying to hear the team. Audio guy? Working it over there? Okay. Motion by the 6th, second by the 5th. Is there any debate? Hearing none, you may cast your votes. Motion carries. Next up is approval of minutes dated August 11, 2025. Have a motion by the 3rd, second by the 6th. Is there any debate? Hearing none, you can cast your votes. There is a motion carries. Next item is 7A, approval of bills dated August 25th, 2025. Recommendations from the finance chair.
Mr. Mayor, there's no recommendation for finance chair. We decided to have a meeting for the next meeting.
Let's go bypass that and move on to number 8. Approval of ordinances and resolutions for the city of Harvey, AAO business none, AB new business. 1, motion to approve a master services and purchasing agreement between Axon Enterprises Incorporated and the city of Harvey. This motion authorizes the city of Harvey to renew the body camera subscription used by the Harvey Police Department for another 5-year term. Before we vote, I just want to say real quick that I'm really proud of this particular issue because of the simple fact that the city of Harvey was, first of all, the state mandated that all municipalities would have, I think by 2025, body cameras. And the city of Harvey was way ahead of any mandate by the state. And that was due to the work of our police department,
not only thinking that it was a good idea to go about having a body cameras, but also helping to implement that. So there's a motion by the sixth and the second by the third. Is there any debate?
Yes.
Chair recognizes the fourth ward.
Thank you, Mayor. When it comes to this ordinance that we're supposed to be voting on, I would like to debate the fact that we didn't go through the bidding processes, we're going through another 5-year term to see if anybody else can give us better service. I also feel that this is a public safety issue where everybody, all the residents should be more informed on what these body cameras do and how they can protect them and protect the officers. So either or, I would like to refer this to the Public Safety Committee or the Finance, if not both.
What do you think?
All right, we have a motion to, I'm gonna interrupt. Oh, you don't want to interrupt? Okay, Chair recognizes the fifth ward.
So like a better understanding,
Because it'll be open for debate, like,
oh, okay.
you know.
I'll be glad because I'm one, you said that we're actually happy. So, we have to get them, can you
And he's Mike. Thank you.
Sorry about that. If we're mandated to have them, my first question would be, when is the subscription already expired, or when does it expire?
You know the answer to that question off the top of your head?
It is not expired yet, I'm not sure if it's activated when it's expired.
Oh,
Okay, because that's my concern. I mean, we're mandated, we have to have them. The one thing I don't want to do is delay that when we're already being mandated by the state to have them.
Point of order, Mayor.
Chair recognizes the fourth ward.
Thank you, Mayor. There's a current motion on the floor.
Okay, well, the motion on the floor is actually a motion to approve. So if we're gonna follow that, then the motion to approve is by the
Part of the
first.
motion to refer it to Public Safety or Finance
So we're
Committee.
in the middle of the debate.
Okay.
Okay, so that's what we're in the middle of, and that's what I'm recognizing.
Thank you.
We're in the middle of the debate. Now, I'm trying to get, if there's a debate as far as what you want and what you don't want,
Just send,
say what?
just call the roll.
Mayor, before that vote is called,
Chair recognizes the second one. Thank you.
when we think about this system overall, one of the key highlights that I found was that it has cloud evidence storage and integration of streamlined investigation. So this is a hopeful thing to assist us in supporting our court compliance. So that's a plus. But my question, and it goes back to the finances, and which is, I too agree with the alderperson of referring this back to public safety, because as we're looking at the increased amount of finances and just overall, just different costs. My question in cost control is, does the contract has built in an annual price escalation up to 3%? Do we as a city even have the financial manpower, and as it takes to the budget proposal for 26 to even absorb that type of increase annually?
I don't know, maybe that could have been asked in the previous meeting. However, to go back to, first of all, this agreement itself is a professional service. That's number one. So we don't have to do a bid and everything on professional service. Number two, is the council already voted on this? And as you look in the contract, there's an automatic renewal period for this in the first place. So what we're doing, which is, I'm gonna say going through the motion, to make sure that we're taking care of this, that we're supposed to take care of. But then going all the way back to what you said, all person. I got a motion by the sixth and the second by the third. So we've heard debate. Is there any other debate?
Hearing none, then you may cast your votes. Yours not working?
Are we voting on?
No, we're casting the votes. There's a motion by the second, there's a motion to approve, and there's a second by the third. Oh, okay. And this motion carries. Thank you. Next item is 8B2. An ordinance adopting a municipal grocery retailers occupation tax and municipal grocery service occupation tax for the city of Harvey, Cook County, Illinois. This ordinance substitutes for the state grocery tax, which will be expiring December 31st, 2025. Chair will entertain a motion to approve. We have a motion by the third.
Explain why.
Second by the fifth. Is there any debate?
Yes.
Kind of figured?
Please.
The chair recognizes the second order.
What we, as I know it, I've only identified one particular grocery retailer, and that is, not even it's Abazar's, One Stop Liquor, and the establishment on Wood Street. When it comes to, thank you, Alex's Butcher Shop. Are those going to be the only retailers that are assessed a 1% fee, or is that for every liquor store as well, since they sell some of the same goods as the grocery store?
Well, one is, first of all, that's not a debate. But I'm still going to ask the question, but if you want to debate, I prefer you debate it before I ask the question.
Well, my debate is that's not detailed in the package.
As far as it's a grocery service, it's grocery retailers occupation tax and grocery service occupation tax. So for those who sell groceries, some things are not counted as groceries and some things are counted as groceries. Depending on what they're buying. So those things that you would purchase, say for instance, that were counted as groceries, they will receive the tax. Many of our residents, many of our residents are on some type of subsidized financing for their food and groceries and things of that nature. They would pay no tax at all. And if they bought, say for instance, that grocery, they would pay tax at all. This is for those who, once again, are specifically buying grocery items. Now, I'm not a grocer, so I cannot give you an exhaustive list of every single thing that is included in grocery. But this particular tax is specifically for grocery. Is there any other debate? Hearing none, you may cast your votes. Motion carries.
That is ordinance number 3415.
Okay, next is a resolution supporting and consenting to the Cook County Class A property tax incentive application, subject to a redevelopment agreement for certain property located in the city of Harvey, Illinois, 380 East 152, 380 East 167th Street, Amber Packing Supplies Incorporated. This resolution makes the Class A incentive conditional and subject to the developer, A, making an investment of $1.3 million, B, completing the project within 7 months, and C, making community benefit payments equal to 1/3 of their property tax savings. So there's a motion to approve, motion by the third, second by the fifth. Is there any debate? Hearing none, you cast your votes. Motion carries.
That is resolution 4009.
Next, item is a resolution accepting animal control vehicle donation from Cook County Department of Animal and Rabies Control. This resolution accepts the donation. Cook County Department of Animal and Rabies Control is donating a animal control vehicle to the city of Harvey. Is there any, have a motion by the third, second by the second. Is there, any debate? Hearing none, will you cast your votes? Motion carries.
That is resolution 4010.
Next item is number 5, resolution authorizing improvements under the Illinois Highway Code. This resolution authorizes the use of motor fuel tax funds for the purpose of maintaining streets and highways beginning 5/1/2025 to 4/30/2026. We have a motion by the 6th, a second by the 3rd. Is there any debate? Hearing none, you may cast your votes.
That is resolution 4011.
Motion carried. Next, is a resolution executing a joint funding agreement between the Illinois Department of Transportation and the City of Harvey for the 150th Street project. This resolution outlines the joint funding agreement to reconstruct and redesign 150th Street extending from Dixie Highway to Halsted Street. There's a motion by the 3rd and a second by the 6th. Is there any debate? Hearing none, you can cast your votes. Motion carries.
That is resolution 4012.
That's the OSAP, that's the OSAP, right? Ms. Davis,
Yes,
what's the amount of that? Yeah, I'm on page 10.
So we just got two left, two resolutions left.
you asked me how much are we asking for?
Yeah, how much here?
So this giving us authorization to fill out the application, this is we can ask for up to 1.7 million, but this is just giving us authorization to fill out the application to submit to the outside.
Reason why I asked that question, say that again, what's that amount again?
So for those who were in the previous meeting, understand what that means. So while we're trying to do this work on 150th Street, we're going to do the engineering, go through the necessary phases. So just hypothetically, if we was to get a $1.7 million grant, a portion of that is going to be taken by who? Specifically, the Illinois Comptroller. Okay? So as we're applying for these things, as we're applying for these things, I just want everybody to keep in mind that's something that we have to deal with. All right. Next is, Oh, okay, I was about to say, you said 45,000. Okay, resolution number 7, the resolution, can we pass, could you give the number for that one, clerk? That was for resolution executing the joint funding agreement.
That is resolution number 4012.
I want to make sure I didn't go past that. Thank you. Yeah, we're going, no, we did number 6. We're going on to number 7. She just gave the resolution number for number 6.
And that should be a high document.
Number 6. Yes, that's for the 150th Street, 50th Street project. Okay? Number 7, resolution executing a joint funding agreement between the Illinois Department of Transportation and the city of Harvey for the Rolling Trail project. This resolution outlines the joint funding agreement to engineer a new 1.5-mile north-south bike pedestrian trail extending from 147th Sibley to 159th Place. There's a motion by the 3rd, second by the 5th. Is there any debate?
Who is?
Chair recognizes the second ward.
Thank you. Who is, it says, excuse me, the city council hereby appropriates $15,084 for its notice may be needed to match the required funding to complete the proposed improvement from TDCH. It says local fund source. Who is TDCH?
We got to work those acronyms, so I know somebody over here on the smart cable should know what that means. What page are we on?
This is page 126.
126?
This is the road trail agreement.
Yes. See this thing? It's actually page 10 of 10. At the bottom. It's the local funding source. Acronym, but I just want to look at the acronym. So everyone can understand what he just said. He says TD, that's why I'm saying it out loud. TDCH means
This is a definition from Google, so I have not. Okay, so I'm just quickly look this up. It basically means transportation development credits for it's a program from the Chicago region. It's basically a match program. Ms. Davis, does that sound all right?
He says, does that sound about right?
Yeah, we'll open up for the yes.
Well, she wanted to know who is TDCH.
Yeah, looks like it's a match program.
As long as they ain't CJC, we don't get it.
You'll end up coming out,
But no, she wanted to know what is TDCH, which council has already given a response to. Okay, all right. That being said, is there any other debate? Correct, we have a motion by the third, second by the fifth. Let me catch your votes. Motion carries.
That is resolution 4013.
Okay, one more resolution left and then public comment. So hang in
And
there, guys.
finally, resolution of authorization for the open space, land acquisition and development Central Park project application. This resolution outlines the Outslag grant program application guidelines for the Central Park project. Chair, motion to approve by the third, second by the sixth. Of course, we know there's some debate, so let's get it. Any debate? What? Okay, hearing none. You need to cast your votes. All right, motion carries.
That is resolution 4014.
Thank you, council, for such expeditious work as far as taking care of this agenda. Now, on to the piece of response, what everyone has been waiting for, public comment. Public comment is encouraged and appreciated. This is the only opportunity for the public to address the city council on agenda items and any other city-related business. In order to accomplish all business on the agenda and be respectful of everyone's time, council members will not engage in dialogue with individual members of the audience, and no immediate action will be taken on any public comment issue. When your name is called, please proceed to the podium, state your name. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. No speaker may donate his or her time to another speaker. Comments shall be courteous and respectful at all times. Please. No person may use public comment for the purpose of campaign or advertisement. This is not a question and answer time, and council cannot engage in conversations with the public. Questions and concerns about operations should be addressed with city staff during regular business hours. Our first public comment is with James Watson, followed by Reverend King Jr.
Good evening. I'm not as prepared as I normally am because my questions really come from the previous meeting. But I wanted to say, so there was a lot of comments about where Harvey has been versus where we are now and how much progress has been made. And I have not been a resident of Harvey for very long, so I can't speak to what improvements have been achieved. But what I do know is how I felt as a resident of Harvey the years that I've been here. And I can put it in, I feel taken for granted often. I feel condescended to. A lot of the things that that I've heard from various older people. I feel like, what did we elect you to do? You're pushing, a lot of things have been like pushed back onto the residents. And one thing, I've been asking for financial resources since I got here, almost ever since I started attending public city council meetings. I've been asking for copies of the bills list, or copies of the budget, or annual reports, or whatever, but just to know what is the financial status of the city. And it's only until now that that's being acknowledged. And you know, we were told just earlier that we can't get a copy of what was presented to all the persons in the staff tonight, but we'll get it once it's finalized and be published. But meanwhile, we're, what, 4 months into the fiscal year? It'll be in the end of April, and that means we've already expended funds that should have been appropriated or have been appropriated, but we're already in the process of it. Other thing is, I feel like the public is being gaslit into believing that we're being antagonistic by holding you guys responsible for providing us with what we need as residents, or not even what we need, but what we deserve as residents. Because, you know, again, I feel like we're being antagonized, being placed as antagonistic. With respect to placing the onus on the businesses to push back on the landlords, I think that's absurd. If the weight of the city of Harvey can't get them to pay, how do you expect the business owners to be successful in getting them to pay back their back taxes? Especially those that have entered into payment agreements, they don't have the funds to do that.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
I have a comment on that. There's some fact that we have a certain gentleman by the name of Reverend Jesse Jackson, who during this time is the head of Operation Push and the Rainbow Coalition, involved residents, simple, just regular old residents, in many boycotts where we were not being treated fairly or being handled equally or equitably by entities, by corporations and things of the like. And change happened because those people, those regular people, came together and did what they did. So there's a lot of power. Y'all seem like y'all got a lot of power to come up here and talk about the city. We just asking if you use some of that power somewhere else. For the people, for the real enemy, because the real enemy is not here. Reverend King Jr.
Yes, thank you very much. I want to say some things that I heard and some things I want to talk about here. My understanding is that the controller was making all these statements, and I appreciate Mr. Lewis and all that. The problem that I see is you have a treasurer sitting right there, and state law says that the treasurer is supposed to have control of all finances if that treasurer is elected. A non-elected treasurer job can be taken by anyone. And right now, for us, I can see by the state codes, Harvey is in violation of what the treasurer is supposed to do. So the reason that you don't get the answer public is because the wrong person is in charge of your money. All this stuff about property taxes and everything means a pot of beans, because guess what? And we don't really know. If we're getting secondhand information, we're not getting information from a licensed treasurer who was elected by the city of Harvey, does not have a chance to do her job. She's making a salary, but she's not allowed to do it. Something's wrong. Another thing, I passed by a house over there, I can't think of the street, but it's by the church on 147th Street. A tree was sitting on the house. And that tree sitting on the house, for some reason, the city of Harvey, from Sunday all the way to Monday when I checked the resident, there's a problem. Not only that, my understanding, the resident is probably being threatened after the city of Harvey tree is sitting on his house on a city side or across the water line, where that's responsibility of the city of Harvey. And he is told that Harvey is responsible because he doesn't have insurance. Guess what? Harvey is responsible for that. And because you didn't move, I suggested that he does something outside of Harvey. Because we don't take that, like the lady said, we have something to talk about. We have rights as citizens. I've been in the 6th Ward for how long?
practically 40-something years. And I think we've had, what, one meeting in the 6th Ward? One meeting. You have more meetings here and more contact than I have seen in the city of Harvey on the streets. On Halsted Street, I don't see that same prostitute anymore. I hope Harvey police removed her. But guess what? Everything else is happening. They're selling cigarettes. They're selling, I don't know what you call them, they're selling these cigarettes and property taxes not being generated. The thing you talk about the property is this. The property taxes and the property money, reason you're not getting any money is because you're spending all the money right here. You know what it costs to have all these officers here for a meeting for 2 or 3 hours? You know what you can do with that money for city workers every month? You do this twice a month, you think these people working on the streets make that kind of money? No, they don't. So you sit here, smile, make your friends, but the problem is you're not really doing your job when you don't see right in front of you where the money's going. I appreciate these officers, but they shouldn't be used as security guards attacking and arresting the citizens that voted for the administration who's here. When the administration turns against the citizens, something really bad happens. That's why I suggest things have to have a major change. We have to be informed of what's going on. And my plans are to make a change in the 6th Ward because I'm working with the citizens above and regardless of what's happening in the politics.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Next
Excellent.
is Ryan Sinowski, followed by Chappelle Hooks.
If you please don't start my time before I'm at the stand. So I'm redeeming my time. I've been too nice about that way too many times. Don't do that. On August 22nd, 2025, I was denied entrance to City Hall for the hearing on Keisha Stokes, who is the niece of Alderwoman Stanley Smith. They were together on the evening of July 14th as myself and others were witness to illegal evictions on Myrtle Avenue by Jedediah Brown and his associates, while Harvey police stood by watching and protecting Mr. Brown and his associates during these illegal evictions. She assaulted and battered me on that evening. There was also Amir and his daughter were also battered and he was pretty badly injured. Jedediah Brown, Raheem Sharks, Alicia Spikes also were supposed to face charges of battery for the mob attack that evening, from the evening of July 14th. After being denied entry, I waited outside until I saw Harvey police let Keisha Stokes walk out the back door. Yes, she just walked out the back door. She and the 3 other attackers were fined $100, and they were allowed to leave. Just stroll right out the back door. They have never been arrested or booked or charged properly to this day. So if Mayor Clark's goons assault and batter you, your attackers get off with a $100 fine, I guess. That's the way it rolls in Harvey. As I see Alderwoman Smith just smiling and laughing, and she was there witness to all of this violence. I don't think it's funny. How is that just? Proper charges should be filed with the county immediately. Stop playing God and follow the law. People are tired, Mayor Clark and others. People are tired of politicians and their family and their friends not having to follow the same rules as everyone else. Do not need I remind you, the 4 times my alderwoman chaplain was arrested needlessly. She had done nothing wrong each time. The last time she was not only booked, but she was taken to spend the night in county. These guys were held in handcuffs for maybe a few hours and then released on the street. That is not justice. Is that how you would want your mother, your brother, your sister, yourself treated? So apparently that's how it is right now. Mayor Clark and Alderman Drewinski, Randall L. Smith, and Rogers, when will you follow the rules you hold us to? That's what I'd like to know. And you're still smirking.
Thank you. Next is Chappelle Hooks, followed by Nicole Wood.
Hello, Harvey. My name is Chappelle Hooks. So, I want to make one thing clear. Last administration, me and you, Clark, became pretty cool because I was always on Kellogg. And I never voted for Kellogg. 4 terms to start, I never voted for him. But I stayed and held them accountable, and that's how me and you got cool. We used to talk all the time on the phone for hours. You know, talk all type of stuff, say whatever. But it seems though a lot of the things that you were saying, once I researched, they were not true. And that's where my disconnect from you came. But to say that all this stuff, remember when you were in Alderman, Whittington, Drewinski, and Brown, you all voted no to everything. So all the things that we should be having right now, that y'all trying to vote on now, we should have been had that last term. But you talk about Alderwoman Cody Chapman doing all this stuff because of her aspirations or whatever, but that's what you did when you was in Alderman. Y'all stopped and stop the city from moving forward because of your aspirations of where you sit in 2019. Also, safety issues. When you became Alderman, I never asked you, Mayor, I never asked you for anything. All I asked you was to do right by the people and keep your word. You didn't do that.
Nope.
You had, streets and sanitation wasn't doing their jobs back then. The grass was this tall. The grass was that tall. Because when the boy got shot, running through my yard and they found him 5 hours later, And then June 29th, the boy came on the corner and shot at me. I fell on my leg. My nephew got shot. That. And, you know, a lot of things would be different and probably you would have money if you started with the overhead, which are the people that sit in these higher positions that's making that higher money. Cut them out. Cut that down. People getting 100 and some thousand a year and all that, cut that down. And then that way we'll have people on streets and sanitation. We're gonna have some people working out here. And remember, when we had our meetup, cleanup, and our board approved, we didn't ask y'all for $1. You told us no. We did it anyway.
That's right.
We brought up at least 400 homes without the city money.
That's right.
So, okay.
Thank you.
Nicole Glidden, followed by Ruby J. Donahue.
Hello. So I listened to a lot of the comments made in the financial meeting, and it disturbed me greatly. And the previous meeting too. First of all, the tax revenue that y'all keep telling the citizens to go talk to, I can't think of her name, but to go talk to her about is absolute BS. That's not their job. First of all, when people's taxes are not paid, their houses are sold or their property is sold in a tax scavenger sale, which they are not holding this year, they're holding it over to 2026. Second of all, you only have a 2-year right of redemption to get your property back. So that list of properties that you all are sitting on is revenue. The properties that y'all not selling is revenue. I have came to this building several times. I talked to Caesar. I also emailed Chandra, whoever's doing the Gospel Fest. I sent her an email over a month ago asking if she needed any help, if she needed any more celebrities. She never responded. I went to Caesar and I asked him, I said, how can you get rid of 300 properties, over 300 properties, by yourself? I paid $25 twice to inquire about 2 different properties. I graduated in 1996. I'm 47 years old. It breaks my heart to come to Harvey. I moved back from England. I don't have a problem with coming home, but it looks terrible. The streets are broken up everywhere. It looks like it's never been paved in the first place, probably since conception. So at the end of the day, you are getting a job you all are elected to do. I'm not here to go talk to her. Now, I can't think of her name, but yes, Tony Preckwinkle. That's not their job. You all need to sell those properties. That's revenue. That's tax money that you're sitting on. I also told Caesar I have investors that want to buy blocks, build new construction. I haven't seen new construction in Harvey since maybe early 2000. It was like a few houses. So at the end of the day, the revenue that you're speaking of, I brought plans, I brought ideas, and Caesar just looked over it. I explained to him that I have an investor that wants to buy the old 50-yard line on 147.
Yeah.
That was ignored. And the 2 houses that I inquired about, I did a FOIA request. I did everything that was listed on the Harvey webpage. And then I paid $25 for 2 properties that all of a sudden are no longer available. So at the end of the day, the people that have helped me the most, I would thank Lonnie, because he gave me a permit. But to have a permit that takes 7 to 10 days, that's ridiculous.
Thank you. Next week, and for the record, the old 50-yard line is not owned by the city department. Next is Ruby G. Donahue, followed up Jedediah Brown.
Good evening, everyone.
Mr. Dane, okay, there you go, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. A Fourth Ward resident called me early Sunday morning after the Saturday night, April 16th, storms stating that she and her husband were blocked in their home by fallen tree branch. Help arrived Sunday afternoon, but I was unable to contact Ward 4 Alderman until late Wednesday evening by phone. He abruptly hung up on me. He abruptly hung up on me. Before I could state my call reason. The disconnection to our communication was quite apparent. He didn't want to talk. I just wanted to notify him regarding the incident. The tree branch was still there on the house roof. This type of person should be more identifiable as a leader in our community. And of course, any of the potential groups that he may be associated with, stand up and be right. Okay, that's what we're looking for here in Harvey. We will continue to fight for our city. And as an alderman, you have to be responsible, accountable, and things that I've given you at the beginning of any of your administrations, follow through on them. Check your footsteps. Meet with people, and of course be able to answer the inquiries. If you can't do that, then don't serve. That's what I'm saying. And of course the concerned citizens of Harvey. But I'm not speaking now in terms of the concerned citizens of Harvey. I'm speaking as Commissioner Ruby J. Donahue. I've been a commissioner for 25 years and I've always served without a penny. I will continue to do that, although I'm not affiliated with the township per se, because I do not like what is happening around us. We got to change the scene. We've got to be more active. We've got to be more communicable. We've got to say what we have to say and do what we have to do in a very organized and a communicable manner. This has not been done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Jedediah Brown.
So I want to say that I come here to these meetings to hopefully learn and hear about the issues so that we can possibly get to addressing them. And I'm so sad that my name keeps being brought up and these same time narratives keep coming up. So let me say this to Ryan. He had an opportunity to go before a Cook County judge and present his case. Before the actual case date on a motion, that judge dismissed that case. It's over now. It's time to move forward. And so with that being said, I've been also coming into these meetings and I've been simply trying to get one answer. And that was, what was the perspective of the Alderwoman Kobe Chapman as it relates to the reception I've been receiving in this city? And I've not got an answer until the last meeting. I heard your words which was keep going, stand up. And so when you look at the optics, and it's okay because I'll be able to provide a timeline. I don't know what you're looking at, but I've been working in the city trying to help the things that are affecting the city get resolved. But as of today, I have one of your supporters writing online that they're going to put a bullet in my head. And so as a woman of elected position, I just wonder if you're going to say anything about somebody associated with you actually saying that they want to do an act of violence. But really what I want to do right now is I want to speak to you, Mr. Clark, because I looked at everything that I was told on my way here, and I've experienced these meetings, I've paid attention to everything that's going on. And so, sir, I want to say to you, brother to brother, black man to black man, to keep your head up and to the hills from which cometh your help, because when the enemy comes against you like a flood, God will lift up a standard against him. And I also want to say to you that you do reap what you sow. You sown, now you reap me, but also Harvey does. And I'm saying to you, sir, I don't work for you, but now I'm praying for you. And every label, every lie, every manipulation, and every agenda will fail, as I know God don't never let me down when I seek his face. And so God told me to get quiet and get focused. And I want to say that to you. Stay quiet and stay focused. Because the people who need to see, they see. And when they show up based on the lie, they're going to end up getting to work. And the last thing I want to say, outside of Kill, not their Kill, but the other Kill, and the African-looking police officer, the rest of your officers, I actually commend them and I like them because they are not weaponized. They're actually doing their job. So I want to say to y'all, underpaid and understaffed, thank y'all for standing around this wall, making sure that people are safe in here and can exercise their First Amendment rights. And there is a difference between people who want to see the city get better and people who want to weaponize perception because of their political aspirations. And one thing I know I'm good at, and that's showing the difference between the two. So buckle your seatbelt.
Thank you. Next is Mayoral comment. Before we go in, I just want us to stop for a minute because we had lost our family. Our esteemed clerk had lost her son. And so, I don't know if she would want to get mentioned or not, but I will say this much. When people lose family members, the clerk's office is one of those offices that work to make sure that those people are recognized, that their families are recognized, and their families are living. So, I'd like for us to do the same, as far as that's concerned. If you are a clerk, you see our clerk, offer her and her family a kind word, as we get some arrangements, we'll let the appropriate parties and the clerk deems appropriate, or we will let them know, as far as that's concerned. We just wanted to bring it to everyone. You want to go down here? So while Kimani is doing what he does so well, how about that, Kimani? I want to read something to you because last time I got up and I used this board, I think I was talking about the treasure. And I went through the law as it applies to the treasurer. I went through both our state statutes and our municipal code as it applies to the treasurer. But once again, I told you about that bus. Because for some odd reason, no matter how many times I say it, somebody's still gonna come back up and say, we're doing something wrong when it comes to the treasurer. This is not a part of my prepared remarks. Which one? Well, that one's still mine. This is not part of my prepared response, but it says, once again, in the code, if a comptroller is elected or appointed in a municipality, our comptroller is appointed. If a comptroller is elected or appointed in a municipality, the corporate authorities by ordinance or resolution may confer upon the comptroller the powers and provide for the performance of the duties that the corporate authorities deem necessary and proper. So, we've already done that. That was done once again, years before I even became mayor. I think while I was still a little kid, at least before 1991. So I was like going from kid to adulthood at that particular point in time. And the city council at that time chose to have a comptroller. All I'm gonna say is, we're not gonna go into a big diatribe as far as the comptroller and treasurer is concerned, but we're following the law. Following what was done back then, we're following the state code at this particular point in time. So, I don't know, maybe somebody gets a kick out of trying to make it seem like this administration is doing something. It was something wrong. You know, but there's no there there. So, I think we breaking the rules. Everything. Hey, y'all don't understand how fast they would be trying to put me in jail if I even jaywalked in this city. But that's that. You mind if you ain't done?
Okay, guys, sorry, bear with us. I don't know why the mayor's taking so long. This is ridiculous.
Thank you. All right, everyone, so regardless of what we're going through, I've decided that we're going to drag some folks kicking and screaming. And the first thing that I want to drag us kicking and screaming on is this word, together. In order for this city to move forward, we will have to do it together. Now, I don't know where she read it. I don't know if she even cares about my words. But the city of Harvey ceiling is what it is because it demonstrates a bunch of people working together. We have the scales of justice, we have a beehive on our seal. Because like bees, we're supposed to work together. And at the end of the day, I don't know what that little story is about somebody who could, but said that they wouldn't because it wasn't their responsibility to do so. I forget how that goes. Say what? Yeah. But the simple fact is, it's all about responsibilities if you live here in the city of Harvey. Bottom line. And if you're not willing to contribute to the city in which you live in, then go look at Orland Park. Go look at Naperville. Go look at those other communities that have all of these volunteer opportunities available. All of these people who get up and say something about their communities that's trying to move their community forward. They're doing it. But then we say, well, it's not our responsibility. Okay. If it's not your responsibility, fine. This is to those who believe that it's their responsibility. Okay? And we know that we have to do this, and we have to do this together. We're not going to get to where we need to go. Those who were here for the previous meeting, everything that we have to deal with, we're not going to get that done. We're not trying to do it together. There are those who are not like us, who would like to see us stay divided because it actually puts them in a better situation as long as we are dysfunctional. You get what I'm saying? As long as we stay dysfunctional, a lot of the other entities around us benefit as a result of it. And sometimes they feed us that division, hoping that we will take the bite, we will take the bait, so we can go on and continue to be dysfunctional and not come together. And I'm the first to say, I was almost falling victim to that. But then I remember some things. And those things that is, in order for us to move forward, we have to do it together. So for those who are interested in doing it together, I'm interested in you. But what we have come up with is the Citizen Advisory Boards. And those Citizens Advisory Boards are here specifically for the citizens to actually be able to not just come up to the podium and talk about what they believe is wrong, but to also have an opportunity to be a part of the solution. You now have that opportunity, and you will have that opportunity going forward. The Citizen Advisory Boards will allow you to do something. Of course, this is what some of y'all are not going to like, but it comes with the territory. Appointed by the mayor. So some have already checked out when that was said. But my question is, can you not see above and beyond your own personal feelings to actually get engaged and bring your time and your talent and your treasure to the city in which you say that you love? That you say that you love. It's appointed by the mayor. We are here to do several things. We are here to do research, and we are here to create solutions. All the rest of that jibber jabber and all of that it does no benefit to anyone. Once again, it's not putting any food on anybody's table, clothing on anybody's back, roof over anybody's head. It's not doing it. But if you're coming to try to help us find solutions, we want you. We want you. So, some of the examples of the different come from some of the things that have been said in public comment. I know a lot of times people don't think that we don't listen, they think we don't listen to the public comment. What we do? Now I'm not gonna tell you which grain of salt I give it, but the bottom line is, we do listen. And one of the first things we need to take care of is property revitalization. I think somebody mentioned that so many times tonight. It provides inclusive, long-term solutions to address the issues of vacant and underutilized properties and those with significant or occurring outstanding code violations. This is where you come now. And when you think you can, or know you can do it better, this is where you add whatever your knowledge, experience, or background is, so that we can do this a little bit better. They say the biggest room in everybody's home is the room for improvement. Okay, we recognize that. Now we recognize that, you have an opportunity to help. Because we need to figure out how we're going to come up if we want to demolish 10 homes. Which ones, okay, which ones first? Which house is more important than the other house? Okay, then the second one is, if it costs $25,000 to demolish a house and you want to demolish 10 of them, where are we going to come with $250,000 from? And what part of the budget is going to take that hit? Because we're not budgeting correctly, right? So we're not budgeting correctly. So you tell us which part is supposed to take that $250,000 hit so that we can get those houses demolished. Because it's not enough that we've already received grants and then we've demolished almost over 100 properties. You want more? If you want more, come join the Property Revitalization Community Advisory Board. Okay? Second, revenue. That's another one. To investigate alternative sources of revenue and to consider new and innovative ways to finance the provision of municipal services, to improve infrastructure, to plan for capital improvements, to maintain a stable tax and rateable base, and to maintain the city's property taxes at the minimum level necessary to provide those necessary services. So once again, there are some people who work in accounting, some people who work in finance, some people who come up, use that creative portion of their brain to come up with different ideas on how we can go about getting sources of revenue. If you don't like us talking about the businesses, great, I'm with you. Let's find an alternative source. Let's find some other way to do it, if you don't agree with that. But I think that we can all agree, regardless of anything else, we can agree the city needs some money. So at the end of the day, how do we get that revenue? That's another one. Public Works. We decided to go over here to the second ward. And mind you, because speaking of that, every single ward gets some service. Every single ward does. Okay? But we can go over to the second ward, and somebody in the fifth ward is saying, well, why don't we come over there? Why don't we come over to the fifth ward? Because somebody's complaining over in the fifth ward. Somebody in the third ward is saying, well, why don't we come over there? And then while the grass is growing up over there, somebody in the first ward is saying, well, why don't we come over there? Help us. Help us to make those decisions and keep us up at night. Tell us which lawns are supposed to be cut. Which ones do you think would be the best? Which house? Keep saying whatever's in the fifth ward. But show us which ones you think are best. And show us how we do it in a more efficient and effective way. Now that's it. But you will have your opportunity, because I'm going to tell you how you do it. Okay? But show us how we do it in a more efficient and effective way. Now mind you, these ain't just ideas. You ain't got to just come up with ideas. That's your job. You got to come up with a little bit more. Public safety. Advise the mayor of community concerns, suggestions, and reasons regarding the city of Harvey Police Department, the Harvey Fire Department, as well as innovative techniques and solutions needed to increase transparency, accountability, and trust between the community and public safety departments. Here we go again. Got a problem with police, problem with fire. We've gotten some FOIAs over the fire department and things of that nature. Help us. Help us. Help us find out how we can do a better job in the police department. You tell us where the police are supposed to go. Now, we have a lot of subject matter experts who help us with what we do in the police department and the fire department. But some of y'all feel like you can have something to add. Come on now and add it by joining the Public Safety Advisory Committee. Seniors. We already work with the seniors. We do a lot of work with seniors through the Department of Senior Services. But we want to make sure that the seniors are there to advise and collaborate with staff to advise in the creation of an inclusive and connected environment to support senior services. We can do more on senior services than have line dancing and what's the other thing? And bingo. We can do more. And we want people to come in and help us to do more. And that means you have to roll up your sleeves on this one. You can't just say, this is all we want, and then walk away from it. Youth. A lot of people, last time I did a community solutions meeting, somebody asked the question, what you gonna do for the youths? Anybody get that? Anybody get that one? For the youth. Okay. What you gonna do for the youth? Even though, I won't put it out there. Even though the park district is in shambles, the library is in shambles, the school districts need to be consolidated. Y'all over here wasting y'all time with a little me. Trying to figure out what we're supposed to do for you. But if we get it together, we'll be able to figure it out. In this particular case, we want to hear from them. So youth, I'm talking directly to you because this is a group of high school students that advise and collaborate with the staff in the creation of an inclusive and connected environment to support youth services. Because obviously, our district ain't doing it. Our district run by one family. So is the library board, run by one family. But bottom line is, this is what we want to see. So if you're younger, you're youth, then come on down. And finally, animals. Because animal control is out of control. So we want to advise and support the city of Harvey on animal-related issues and provide recommendations with regards to animal control matters. Now, one of the first things I'm going to do, probably in the next meeting or the meeting after that, because I'm going to put together, council, a resolution so we can send the issues of animal control and animal control issues over to the Public Safety Committee. Because we want them to come up with some issues, to come up with some solutions to the issues that we have regarding all of these stray animals that are allegedly just terrorizing our community. We don't want that to happen. So I'll be coming up with a resolution to do just that. This ain't your idea space. So if you just got ideas, I need you to go back, think about them a little bit, figure them out, and then come on back. But we'll still be here. Come on back. But if you just got ideas, I told you before, we're looking for solutions. Okay? We want to know what. What are we doing? What can we do better? What should we do?
What's the best direction for us to go? This is where the Citizens Advisory Board gets in. It says, okay, let's figure this thing out. How? How are we gonna do that what? But we can't just do the what because you said, let's go do the what. Let's go get rid of all those stray dogs. Okay, let's go. Let's go tear down all the houses. All right, I got a hammer, I got a sledgehammer, I got some crowbars and stuff. Let's go do it. Let's bring in more economic development. Come on. I'll put you on whatever it is that you say that you want to do. And if by chance we don't have a committee that does the things that you're interested in, we'll create that one. Okay? Because we need you. I'm going to repeat it again. We need you. And the part that I didn't realize in the beginning, because I almost got caught. And that's why I'm not blaming anybody. That's why I said we're going to stop this Bienvenue vitriol. I almost got caught in that same way, but y'all, some of y'all get caught in. Instead of focusing on the city, you're focusing on self. You're focusing on whatever ambition that you have, or something that you want to do in the future. We're not doing that no more around these parts. Not right here. That don't go around here, no. All right? How? Then we're going to come up with a plan. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Hold on. He going to make us read. And he going to make us write. That's right. And we're going to come up with a plan that can be presented to our public. Because you want everything to be transparent, we're going to present it to the public. And we're going to let the public decide. And we're going to let not just the council, but all the people that sit in this room, we're going to let them decide if your plan is the plan that we're supposed to be using. Because we want to be transparent. So they're going to get a chance to look at your plan. And we're going to help you along the way. Now, we don't like to leave you out there. Because remember, it's the mayors that's possible. The mayor is making the appointments. So we're not sitting you out there to see you fail. We want to see everybody succeed. But at the end of the day, you got to come with a plan. You got to present your plan. And we're going to find several things when we start doing that. I call it the 3 L's. We're going to find some leaders. We're going to find some learners. We're going to find some lackers. They haven't done it all. That's what we're going to find. So we're going to see. We got to come with a plan. And then, like I said, presentation. Everybody's going to grow as a result of this, I believe. Because now it's time for you to put up, shut up, one or the other. Because now it's time. Applications, my man, will be available at the mayor's office on September 1st, 2025. Give them all the additional information that you need to know. I don't see a line like we had with court this past, what was it, Friday, whatever it was? I hope to see a line going down the block. Okay? I want to see it. Available at the mayor's office on September 1st, 2025. I dare you to get involved. I doubled on that number. That's why I said mayor's office. I double dare you to get involved. I dare you to show how much you love the city that you say you love. Show us. You know, I used to be in a relationship at one time. My significant other told me, you know, baby, love is an action word. Okay? That's right. Y'all heard that one? Love is an action word. And let's do it. Well, let's do it. All along. I don't care who you are, where you're from, what you've done, what your position is, it doesn't matter. Okay? All along.
Questions from the council?
Yes, Mayor.
Chair recognizes the second one.
So as a first recommendation to you, for those who may not have the ability to get to your office, we'd like to ask that you, additional to the budget, have that online. I see that the Citizens Advisory Board is much like the committee meetings. So I know that.
Is there a question here?
Yeah, it's.
Okay, can we get to the question? This is my presentation.
In a moment, you said the question. So
Okay, can we get to the question?
I'll get there. Thank you for your patience. Well, with that in mind, though, you as a recommendation, that I have a question, I have a statement, that it needs to be also available online, because for those who don't have the ability to get to your office before 5 p.m., Monday through Friday, they have the ability, maybe because working professionals are at work. Unfortunately, they may not make it out to your office beforehand. So that would be a good opportunity for you to have online. But additional to that, excuse me, additional to that, we'll talk about that respect. Let's keep it.
Yeah, well,
keep it
you
on.
were talking too while I was talking, but that's okay. Continue.
Thank you for your time. Much of what you're doing is in alignment to the committee meeting. So I like to say to the council persons of finance, legislation, economic development, and public works, let's have those committee meetings, because that can be a support to the Citizens Advisory Board, because committee meetings are just that. They're for the residents, as well as the chair and the co-chair. But certainly, that's an opportunity for the residents to implore the council in regards to composing legislation based on or befitted to you all's needs, likes, ideations. So I'm just thinking, when we talk about that togetherness piece that you talked about at the very beginning, that collaborative, all those entities work off each other. And for certain, the committee meetings are very, very, very important. And can be a support to the cabinet. That's my statement. Thank you.
Well, good. Well, we're not running the committee meetings the way that the public safety committee ran this meeting, and did last meeting. So, at the end of the day, we have to have some structure. And the committee and the residents don't get to communicate or participate in the community's meetings, in the community meetings, the same way they do with the cats. So, third one.
For the record.
Let's back up.
Okay, for the record. We did have a legislative meeting.
Oh, no, we're not doing it, because we're not gonna do it. I'm asking for questions, and before we start this whole segment thing again, if you're not leading off with a question, don't do it, because I'm gonna stop you. Okay? Question? Y'all see why we can't even come together, right? We still can't get there. But we're gonna keep fighting for it over and over and over again. And as far as this is concerned, I'm gonna close the questions, because it's looking like that's not going to be productive. So, once again, thank you very much. We can get the solution later. Thank you very much, everyone. I appreciate your time. I appreciate you listening. Once again, September 1st, we will have the applications ready to go at the mayor's office. That being said, if there's nothing else for the good of the order, if September 1st is Labor Day, then it'll be on September 2nd. If there is nothing else for the good of the order, the chair will entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion by the second. Second by the fifth. All in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, hearing none. It's 9:46 p.m. Thank you very much. God bless you and have a great week.
Well, this is great for your daughter to see how meetings should not be run. The mayor is so rude. You were very patient. You did a pretty good job. Oh, that's right. You were there the last time. That's right. Alright guys, so we are finally done. And now we'll just see what happens as we leave. Hopefully peaceful, hopefully nobody's having trouble or anything. As you can see, actually they didn't turn the lights off tonight. I'm surprised. Usually they'll turn the lights off and really rush us out. Good evening. Okay. Well, I'll be watching you tomorrow. We're there for you. Yeah, so thanks for hanging out to the end, you guys. Oof, that was so boring. I don't know why the mayor makes it so long. You need help with anything? Where's your other little one? At home? Oh my goodness. So are you the oldest? The middle? The middle. You were very patient. She was very patient tonight. She was helping her daddy, so. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh, that was the one you were talking about? Do you mind if I show it? Huh? I just wanted to show everybody. This is the tree that he was talking about during public comment. So, oh my goodness. And it was in the parkway, right?
There's a sidewalk.
Oh yeah. So the city really should. Yeah, they should have helped with that.
Hurry up! It's the city's responsibility.
So no response yet, though?
No, I don't know what's going on.
Well, I'm glad you spoke up, though. At least that's good. That's good. At least they're not being as pushy as they usually are tonight. That's nice. I said they're not being as pushy as they usually are tonight. Oh, here we go.
Yes, to the lobby, next stage right here.
And notice that certain people don't have to leave. You see how they don't follow their own rules? I love how they love making up rules for us here, but they don't follow. Only you have to, or certain people. Right? Thank you. Thank you. Ooh, this feels so much better.
Thank you,
I
Jesus.
sat outside all day and
I
worked.
feel the Holy Ghost.
Nice.
I feel the Holy Ghost.
So as we saw, there were certain people that did not have to leave, which is how it always is. Chalini Smith, Jedediah Brown, Raheem Sharks, they were all allowed to stay behind. Because, if the mayor's protecting them, so. Thanks, Melville.
Okay, thank you.
Great comments, as always. Oh, let's see, how many police cars do we have? Let's see, one.
I've been here. I've been here.
Yes, thank you for your comment. I was going to say, I really like how you raised and you said, I wish you guys wouldn't put it on the residents because we're already, we already pay our taxes and, we're just asking for basic services. We're not, but they portray us as if you think that we were asking for like special treatment or something.
Right.
And we're like, no, these are just basic services.
Right. This is just basic stuff.
It's like, just show us where our money's going.
Chicken in every pot and whatever.
Right, exactly. Oh, guys, look at all the police cars. A lot of them are unmarked. That's Tyrone, I think's big SUV. All McHugh's headed out.
Oh.
I'm sorry I missed them. I really didn't have my,
good time, and I was telling somebody else, you know, Lord willing, I'll have another birthday. So,
Exactly, yes. Good night.
she's messing up for herself already.
Here's Miss Ruby.
Did Kobe leave already, or was she out front?
I don't know. I was looking too on the way out. I saw Delaney was still in there. Oh, there's Randall L. Delaney was still in there. Rogers just went out. There's Rogers.
I thought Kobe left like before us. Yeah, that's what I'm
Did
wondering.
she? Okay.
If she's a baby out front.
Yeah, I try to watch for everybody to make sure. Oh, she did? Okay, good. I just try to make sure that, you know, everyone basically gets out safely. Now, of course,
I think that community advisory board is a sham.
yeah,
First
that's,
of all,
that's
if you're
how I
not
feel.
going to make it available for people who can't be here before you shut the doors, that's eliminating
Mm-hmm.
valuable people. That's one.
Yep.
And then the fact that he's going to appoint them, why would he appoint people who...
Who have differing opinions or, you know, who's that? Oh, that's Tyrant. No, I agree. I totally agree.
That's a big sham, a big show. Why now?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yes. I was gonna say bye. I don't know who that is. So, where did I park? Okay, I'm over here. Okay. Good night, Miss.
All right. Good night. Good night.
Thanks for your comments. They were great. I'll probably try to do. I'll do a little.
I was so unprepared, so I
Oh
hope
no,
I
no,
made
you
sense.
you did great. You were from the heart. I'll probably when I get home, I've started to do. I'll end the live and then I do like a little wrap up because it helps me too, you know. And I just summarize it. So.
Y'all do understand that all of this is because it's campaign season.
Yeah.
So now you wanna act like you wanna involve everybody now.
Right.
Yep.
Get people on your team.
Right.
And make it look like you doing such a good job.
That's why he's going to appoint the
You know
people.
what I'm saying?
So that,
I mean, he was gonna do that anyway.
Right.
But
yep.
but if that was the case, you would have been did that a long time ago.
Exactly.
I'm like, wait, this reminds me of the block clubs that we had years ago, and then those just disappeared.
Yeah,
I know they've asked for in the like those little newsletter things. They do ask for block club captains or something, and I guess that fizzled. So this is the next iteration of that.
They're not trying to do nothing because they don't want to be found out by nobody.
Right.
When people start getting hot on their trail, everything stops. Everything ceases. Now all of a sudden, now you got a whole new reason why this don't work.
Right.
Or a whole new reason why we couldn't do this, and this, and that. It's gonna be election time. It's time to run an idea, try to get the people involved so they can say, oh yeah, look what we did.
Right.
Bull jive.
You're right.
Bull jive.
You see through it.
It's
I agree.
bull jive. I already know what I know the game. Well, that's
And you noticed when they were clearing people out, Jed could stay, Raheem could stay, Delaney could stay.
He was bugging up on her, and who else came in? And he was just like, Rogers was like,
I'm gonna give $100 and he's finna beg his people.
Right,
online
exactly.
for that money. And they the ones finna be
giving that money to.
And when I do my recap, I'm going to mention to give you guys another shout out for all the work you did, because really that's the kind of like initiative that I think he's talking about. That was years ago, and then Clark shut you down.
Yeah,
so
shut us down. That's why I got up there and said what I said.
Yes,
because
I'm glad you mentioned that.
You talking all this stuff about what people don't do and don't care about. We never asked you for a freaking dime. I sat out there every Sunday and held a rally right there every Sunday until he put that tape around and told people we couldn't go up in there no more. So you finna sit up and try to play these freaking games?
Yeah.
Bro, you're not gonna play with me. That's what you're not gonna play in my face. That's why I say when I say, yeah, you became my friend because I was up here speaking about Kellogg, the last administration. I never voted for Kellogg. I never did. I voted for Nick Gray.
Yeah.
Okay? So all the times I stood up, that's why I wish Miss Jerry was here. Because all the time she said we couldn't talk last administration, you was a liar. Because I used to get up and talk all the time. That's why he became my friend. I can show you where he said on Facebook, I'm gonna send it to you, where he said, oh, she's a godsend.
Yep.
Am I lying?
No, you're right.
Right?
Ryan can tell. We used to sit in meetings with Clark. Starbucks. Then we used to meet there.
Yeah. He
Wow.
promised the world. He promised the world, but he hasn't delivered. I mean,
And that's why I said
You all know him, know
that's why
him.
I said when I found out the stuff that you were saying wasn't true, that's when I made my disconnect.
Right.
And I tried to make right.
Yeah, you found him out early. You really did.
You see
Before
what I'm
most of
saying?
us.
So you gonna sit up and try to play these type of games.
I know, it's like the same thing all over.
You know what I'm saying? Like
And
how
then
you think-
he said over and over as the last administration, and then like you pointed out, you should probably say it again, like, how long did you shut down the city? And yeah, Kellogg was doing
Right.
things that he shouldn't have.
Right.
But Clark and the other aldermen, they totally shut
Yeah,
everything down
because-
for a long time.
Cook County wanted all this stuff to come, the new Wood Streets, the 154th, all that stuff, all
Cops
of
are
that
still
stuff
there.
was supposed to happen.
Right.
And then he talking about
See all those
all
cops.
this stuff when y'all's the one.
stupid.
Are those records available? Like meeting notes? Meeting minutes?
They
Yeah,
you probably can
there
go
should be.
online
There's the
and
guy
look
that
up the old
manhandled
meetings.
me.
Right. Well, you
See?
can see where they
Yeah.
they
Like,
voted against
They
everything.
voted
Just still
no.
working.
And then
No
we had-
consequences.
people wanted to buy the grocery store.
Horrible.
You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
they weren't asking for a TIF.
And Ricky
They want-
Rockets.
Yeah, Ricky Rockets.
We lost that to
supposed have
Midlothian.
all that.
Wow.
So now you want to play.
Yeah.
You want to play like y'all. And then when
Right.
That would be interesting for
they
somebody to
used to
read.
sit up and complain about
Yeah.
Lewis Williams, the comptroller, didn't they?
Yes, that's
oh,
why.
he's stealing with Kellogg, but now he the greatest thing walking.
I always wondered why. I was like, Clark, why don't you fire him? And then, really quickly, he stopped talking about it, and he never wanted to talk about it again. It was like, well, you said he was horrible.
And then I remember when the fire chief,
Look,
when
more
GT
police
was
cars. That's ridiculous.
was the chief of police during the Kellogg administration, they begged him them four
That's
to
also a
pass the
police
levy
car.
because they needed the levy money so that they could,
Think so.
keep. He said, you know what Clark's words were? Y'all can get unemployment. So now you want to talk. Now you want to talk.
Look at that. Like,
Oh,
what is
nobody
fighting?
cares about if they're gonna make payroll, if they're gonna have jobs.
Right. You told them they can get unemployment.
Oh my gosh.
But now you want to talk about, man, see, that's why I say all this stuff is just some bull jive.
I'm so glad there's
it's
wealth of information that you guys.
That's why I'm sitting up here like,
witnessed
how
it.
is you sitting up playing?
Yeah.
That's why I be daring him to tell me. That's why I said we done sat on the phone for hours. Yeah, we used to talk, all that.
Right.
Yeah.
So don't sit up and play in my face.
No.
Don't play in
And
my
he's never
face.
refuted anything you said.
Never, because he can't.
Right.
Because he can't. Ryan is my witness. Ryan, no, we all used to sit and meet with him.
Yeah.
Me, Ryan, and Sharon. The lady that, all right, have a good one.
Good night. Yeah.
Sharon.
I know. I messaged her a while back, but yes, I remember Sharon. Yes.
Yeah, we used to sit and meet with him.
Yep.
We used to go to Starbucks right there on Halstead in Homewood. He used to show us all type of bills and what they owe and all this and that. But yet, you talking about Kobe though.
Yeah.
But you used to show us the same stuff.
He was doing exactly what Colby was. He was trying to get transparency from a mayor that refused. And now that Colby and Tracy, or any of us, now that we ask those same questions, now we're like criminals and we get harassed and
Right.
Yeah.
Isn't that
That's what I
crazy?
said. I mean, I feel like you all
And
make
then,
us the
and then,
antagonists.
and then Rick
Yeah.
gonna come
We're
on
just
some,
asking
then Rick gonna come upon some, huh? What? Yeah, when the grass was this freaking high, and I was telling y'all to keep
Right.
the grass cut, and that boy got killed running across my
What's all
yard.
that
And he
for?
was in the grass.
The boy, they found the
Look at
boy 5 hours
all this
later. The boy
police
was
stuff.
shot
I
But
don't
he
know
was
what
in the
all that's
grass?
for.
in the grass. That's why they couldn't find him.
So they could be patrolling the street. No, they're
That's
here
why
at City Hall.
That's why they couldn't find the boy.
Right, right.
You remember that? And Shirley tried to say, "There's no way you called 911." Yeah, I called 911 and they hung up on me.
Right.
I showed them my call log. I said, "What I got the log for?" They got my call log right here.
Oh, that's right, because that's before Harvey used to do its own
Yeah,
call
my
center.
dad, they own.
Yeah. Which, I mean, I'm not opposed to that, but it was just at that time, at least under Kellogg, I don't think they did a good job. Because a lot of times the lady would answer and she'd be like, can you hold or something? And I was like, you can't put people on hold for 911.
I'm telling you, he nothing that he ever said I lied about.
Right. He's
Nothing.
never said it.
No, he's afraid to confront you because he
He's
knows.
tried to explain his name change,
Right.
but he never said you were wrong.
Exactly. Because I know what he told me.
So that's why he has to lie about us, because he doesn't have anything else to say. Yeah.
I know what he told me.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was going to bring it up, but I wanted to make that point tonight. The other day, they had a shootout at the gas station in the 6th Ward. The boy got shot. Police didn't
I
show
didn't
up.
know about that.
The police did not show up?
The police did not show up.
Recently?
This was the other day.
At 147 in
Yeah,
Boston?
where the old Clark gas station was. What is it? Well, it used to be Shell. Now it's Clark or something, whatever it is now. But that gas station.
Oh my gosh.
See what I'm saying?
Mm.
And see the
I
thing.
never did hear from Shirley about what happened across the street from me.
But that's what
Ever.
I'm saying.
Mm.
You not.
Yeah.
You not. You not. Because they don't want you to know.
Okay, you guys, I should be
nothing
okay.
what's
I'm
going
gonna
on.
sign off now. It's pretty chill,
You can go-
and I will sign back on later and do a recap. All right. See you guys soon. Bye bye.
They don't want you to do
That's
that.
right. That's
They don't
true.
want you to do that. They don't want you to do that.